This is a very peculiar commentary position I'm in right now because it's not a commentary box. It's a swimming pool here at the Sarno circuit in the south of Italy. It's very hot. We're here for the FIA Karting European Championships. Let's go over to me in the commentary box because right now it's time to start what is going to be a fantastic weekend of racing. Sangria, please. Thank you, past me. This isn't just another stop on the FIA karting calendar. This is Naples, raw, electrifying, and unapologetically alive. A city where chaos and beauty collide, where the traffic races you before you even reach the circuit, and where the passion throws through every cobblestone street like the red and white through an apex. The shadow of Vesuvius watches over it all, and just beyond its reach lies Sarno, home to the legendary Circuito Internazionale Napoli. You want to know where greatness begins? Right here. Before they conquered Spa, Silverstone and Suzuka, they took on Sarno. And this weekend, those legends in past years gone by, such as Ayrton Senna, Max Verstappen, Lewis Hamilton, and the likes of many more, all started here at the year of opening 1993. The event record set by Matteo Spergel in time qualifying in the KZ category of a 57.791. No one has been able to topple that time just as of yet. The track itself, though, has changed over the years, and the variation we're using this time around is built in 2024. It's 180 meters down the start-finish straight, 205 down the back straight with a total track length of 1,670 meters. It's around 9 to 10 meters wide with only 1 meter of elevation change. It is a flat circuit here in the south of Italy. The track itself, though, extends across 9 turns, 6 to the right, 3 to the left, including 4 hairpins out there. They don't count the chicanes here, otherwise we'd have about a 20-turn course here. We do see overtaking, though, in towards turn number 2, turn 5, 7, and in towards turn 9 as well. Each and every one of those hairpins as well, providing the ample places to get past. Top speed, though, drivers will be reaching those in 2 separate places here on the circuit. Dizzyingly high speeds in the KZ categories, around 150 kilometers an hour into the braking zone at turn number 1 and in towards turn number 5 as well. The average around 104 kilometers an hour around the lap as well. It is a fast, flowing, demanding circuit for the drivers, and not only that, they will have to deal with the likes of high temperatures as well. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Nicole Sutherland in the commentary box. We are ready to go racing, but Nicole, like I say, the temperatures already soaring. We're going to be hitting into the mid-30s today.
Absolutely. I've raced in conditions similarly to this a couple of years back. There's not just so much stress on tyres, engines, there's so much stress on these drivers. Body temperatures will be absolutely soaring, and they're really going to have to do a good job not only on the track, but off of the track to keep that performance going, maintain that physicality as we head into heats today. This is the second rotation of heats, and we start off with KZ2 Masters qualifying heat 2. 9 laps of heat, 9 laps of absolute pressure for our oldest and most experienced drivers out there on the circuit this weekend.
Indeed, the category starting from the year of your 35th birthday, upwards of that. So I'm only 5 years off this, Nicole, so I'd say give it a few more years, I'll be diving around in one of these, I'm sure. But for the KZ2 Masters, very interesting day yesterday. There is your pole sitter for this one, Manuel Cozzaglio of Italy, who really dominated in time qualifying. Here's what he had to say after that session.
Manuel, you're a pole sitter in KZ2 Masters here at Sarno. Can you tell me about the lap?
Allora, sono soddisfatto per il risultato ottenuto oggi. Abbiamo lavorato benissimo, ringrazio Birelart, ETM e Renato per i motori, che abbiamo cercato di lavorare nel migliore modo possibile, perché io arrivo anche da un fine anno non molto buono perché ho avuto un incidente, dunque ho avuto pochissime gare ho fatto praticamente pochissime gare. Comunque ringrazio tutti, la Birelart, ripeto, ETM per la fiducia che mi hanno dato. Spero di riuscire a portare a casa un buon risultato. Il primo passo l'abbiamo fatto.
And with KZ2 Masters, this being a one-off event, does that affect the pressure?
No, secondo me su questa categoria forse la KZ2 Master avere solo una gara a disposizione magari è meglio, perché comunque siamo piloti professionisti ma che hanno poco tempo di fare gare. Dunque secondo me è una cosa buona.
Well, great to hear there from Kozgleo be starting this one on pole position. Didn't come away with the results he wanted after that first race yesterday. A post-race penalty dropped him back to P8, but once again he starts it on pole position, and he is joined by the race winner who was achieved that one, Davide Forte, on the front row of the grid. Antonio Piccioni and Angelo Lombardo go from row number 2. Lombardo was originally the race winner in that one. He also came away with a penalty, dropped him down to 4th place. Spagni and Halblin will round out the 3rd row of the grid. Alessio Lamartina and Daniel Bray go from row number 4. They'll have Fabio Bafuco and Riccardo Nallon, last year's European champion in the KZ2 Masters, starting this one P10. Emanuele Simonetti and Fabio Vacca go from row number 6. They'll have Andrea Antonio and Samuel Gaffner on row number 7. Ludovic Badet and Andre Nicastro will round out the first half of the grid on row number 8.
Part 2 of your grid, and on row number 9 we have Sirio Constantini alongside Patrick Lloydall. From 10 we have Riccardo Melas, who had a DNF yesterday, versus Aurelian Ray. From 11 we have Antonello Cifelli with Roberto Pafico. From 12, just outside of the top 20 in both the European Championship and World Championship in 2024, is Mark Volhauser alongside Mathieu Cochin. 13 is Gregory Leder with Sebastian Leder. 14 is Manuele Villani with Adam Matucci. And 15 includes Alfio Messina with Augusto Paci. Going from the 16th row of your grid to round out what is supposed to be 32 karts is Valerio Giambattista and Marco Mizzoni. Drama already, I think, potentially, Anthony, because out of the commentary box window, the 407 of Andrea Spagni, who's supposed to be starting on the 3rd row of your grid, looked like he was suffering some kind of technical demon. I don't know where he is out there on the circuit now, but he was driving around very slowly and dropped to the back of the field.
Well, hopefully he can get back into his position. Of course, he doesn't want, if he knows he's got a problem with his wagon, he doesn't want to be starting on the 3rd row of the grid with all of those karts behind him, because then there's that worry. If he knows he's got a mechanical grappling where the kart might not get off the line quickly, I think it's safer if he puts himself to the back, and I think that's possibly what he has done there. But that is a big shame for him at the start of this session. Drivers really going very slowly there, Nicole. I think they're just trying to get those last few bits of power down, get the temperature into the tyres, light up those rear Dunlop tyres as much as they can. The option tyre being used this weekend for the Dunlop compound, the same compound that was used last year in the finale of the European Championship for KZ2 last year, of course, at the Val Vibrata circuit in Italy. Again, very similar conditions to this, hot temperatures and a very vast amount of racing that they're going to have to do. Front of the grid has got themselves lined up, ready to go. I can see there Alessio Lamartini getting into position, but I cannot see a 407. So yes, like you were saying, Andrea Spagni, who finished P5 in his race yesterday, is finding himself in a bit of trouble. There is another driver finding himself in a bit of trouble. That is Daniel Bray, who is, I think, come to a stop. Now, has he gone to the back of the grid there? Because he is due to be starting this one on the 4th row of the grid. And yeah, he is not there, and he will come into position a bit later on. You can hear the raw sound there of the engines revving on that start-finish straight for their 2nd race of the weekend. Remember, this is the one and only round for KZ2 Masters in 2025 for the European Championship, which means at the end of today and the end of tomorrow, we will have a new European champion in KZ2 Masters. Lights are on. We wait for the lights to go out. They do go out, and we are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the front rows, but it's a better start for the inside line. They go 3 wide into turn 1 and 2, and it's Davide Forte who's lost out the most there. He's going to tumble down to 3rd place, and it's the Maranello with Angelo Lombardo who has got himself up to 2nd place, and look at that, it's the TK kart machine of Antonio Piccioni, who has pushed his way through nicely from 3rd on the grid, and he is holding that position nicely as well as the field head down the 205-metre back straight in towards the heavy braking zone of turn number 5. The battle is on for the race leaders. Look at them now, side by side. Lombardo around the outside. Surely not. Surely he can't carry the momentum there, and he can't. He has to slot back into 2nd place.
Davide Forte, then your driver that took that win after a heap of penalties were awarded to the drivers in front of him, is now dropped back to that 4th position. Yesterday, we saw a similar thing from Davide at that race start. just suffered as we've now got a challenge for the lead. It's all getting a bit busy now between the likes of Manuel Cosaligo right out there in the front. As they come under the start-finish gantry, we've got a challenge once more for the Maranello into turn 1. Changes his mind and takes that position away, is your new race leader, as we've now got battles on for 3rd position, and that is Foray going down the inside at turn number 2 and snatches it away.
Yeah, capitalising that overtake from Lombardo, who swept to the inside there at turn 1, actually got that move done before the apex there at T1, so Cosaligo may be having a little bit of drama with that top end down that start-finish straight, because at the end of each one of those straights, he was under pressure from the drivers from behind, and that is a similar story here. You can see how Lombardo's already broken away as in the background there. That's not gone too well at all for the 401 of Ricardo Nallon, last year's KZ2 European champion, off the track and falling down the order in this qualifying heat. Now, drivers under investigation. Aurélien Ray of France for a potential start infringement, and that will be a jump start. And of course, any movement on the grid, no matter what, will be classed as a jump down the inside. Carbon copy what we saw in the previous lap. Lombardo getting through, but now Davide Foray getting through in exactly the same style. I think Cosaligo has not got the top end he needs.
Foray then took the win yesterday by default, but the way he's driving today shows like he wants to win it on the road. Of course, Lombardo yesterday took that race win, but was given a 5-second penalty. So they're actually your 2 standout drivers of this weekend so far. Challenge is definitely on for that P3 as they head into turn number 5, and that's brought the TV car of Christian Haublin definitely into the fight as well. Back end of your order though, Daniel Bray, who we were putting a little bit of a focus on earlier on, is out of the race, Anthony. 2 laps down, won't circulate, probably a mechanical gremlin.
All contact there between the 2 drivers, and unfortunately Fabio Bafuca and Christian Haublin colliding at turn number 9, and well, you can see there that Haublin is not happy at all with that situation, throwing his hand up in protest with the overtake. But this was, I could see this happening from a mile back. You're looking here at this battle, you're looking at Manuel Cosaligo, the pole sitter from qualifying. Now he's becoming, well, no offense to him, but he's becoming a little bit of a rolling roadblock here. He's got the drivers who have all got this top end that he hasn't got. And you can see when they come into the likes of turn number 5 here, they're all over that rear bumper again, and he can't seem to break away. It's causing them to concertina up. The drivers behind can see that Lombardo and Davide Foray are breaking away. Frustration will start to kick in, and you'll see desperate lunges down the inside. And that is exactly what we just saw there between Bafuco and Haublin. But crucially, Haublin, I think, was the one that lost out the most there. I think it was just to get a touch to the inside there in towards turn 9, just unsettled the rear. We did a track walk there, Nicole. It is really bumpy. As here we go, Piccioni is going to look down the inside, and no contest there whatsoever. Cosaligo down to P4. Bafuco will be the next driver to have an attempt at this one, but he can't quite get the move done as Haublin is on the charge back, sends it down the inside of Simonetti and says, thank you very much, I'm going to challenge back to Bafuco.
Turn number 1 then, it wasn't a position where we saw many drivers challenge yesterday, but we've seen 3 overtakes, 3 major overtakes into that turn so far within racing, so far within this heat. This is the battle though for that 3rd position, because Cosaligo really has been challenged for that 3rd place. Johnny-O looking strong there now. The driver in the barrel of Cosaligo, the 410, pulled it in qualifying, questioned after he was given a nose cone penalty. Well, had a nose cone and an incident on the last lap of qualifying if he was going to hold on to it. He did, but he's not holding on to this because he's lost 1 more position. Now it's to Volko and drops down into 5th place. Under the start-finish gantry and Anthony Jordan, the challenge for that 1st position between Lombardo and Davide Foray, I'd say is going to be on soon, because Foray has turned up the dial and is now 2/10 faster than your race leader.
Now, we'll keep a close eye on that. The gap down to less than 3/10 of a second, and they're the confirmation of that fastest lap as we keep an eye on this one here. Christian Haublin all over the back of Manuel Cosaligo, the pole sitter from qualifying. who is seemingly struggling in this race. Checks over the right-hand shoulder. He goes to the inside, but down the inside goes Christian Haublin and sends it under the braking zone at 150 kilometers an hour, and that's absolutely superbly done. We cut now back to the race leaders because, as you rightly pointed out there, Nicole, they have closed in. And look at this now. Lombardo under pressure from the multiple world and European champion right there on his rear bumper as they make their way out of that final chicane and onto the start-finish line. The race is nearly coming to a conclusion. We are on lap number 7 of this race, but right now Lombardo is in control, but he'll have to keep Davide Forte at bay for just that little bit longer. Action happening in the background as well. You're seeing investigation flags coming out, unfortunately, to Fabian, the two in the 424, unfortunately, for potentially causing a collision. Once again, Nicole, fastest lap, but the gap's remaining the same a little bit here between these two drivers.
Watch it though and keep your focus controlled, because I would definitely say Forte, with the shopping list of titles and experience that he's got, he will be challenging very soon. But picking up stories from further down the field, Mirko Mazzoni has dropped into that top 15 now, was disqualified from qualifying yesterday after working on the pre-grid, gained 13 positions yesterday in his first heat. He's now gained 18 to get into 14th place within the second heat for that driver. Eyes and ears back on though for this battle for that race lead, because Forte has dropped that 3/10 gap now to just over 10th of a second. It's 0.156 that splits these two, and he's definitely turning up that pressure dial now in this pressure cooker. Watch as they head into turn number 5, because that is the overtaking hotspot of this circuit as drivers top out at around 145 kilometers as they head into the turn. Get the kart stopped on the brakes. Is Forte going to challenge as they head down? No, he's not. It's covered by Lombardo. We're on the dying stages now. It's coming to a close, so if Forte is going to do it, it needs to be now. But I'd say Anthony Jordan, he really is starting to run out of time.
Well, running out of time indeed, and they've got to think what they want to really do later on in this one. They have got their third heat later on today. That'll be one to keep a very close eye on. They haven't got a lot of time between races as well, so they really want to make sure they keep these karts in a good condition for those previous races. Over the line they go. Last lap board is out to these drivers, and I think it might be a case of, well, we could see a move here, but I think it might just be a case of keep it calm, keep it settled, get those good results. Remember, Davide Forte had a win earlier on today for Lombardo. He did come away with that penalty in that first race. He did win on track yesterday, showcasing that pace, but an unfortunate nose cone dropped him out of contention for that one. You're seeing there Mirko Mazzoni, your biggest mover. You were mentioning that one earlier on. Yes, indeed, the drama in qualifying, 21 place gained. He's just sitting outside the top 10. Absolutely incredible achievement. But for these drivers here, I think it's just a case of get it to the end. No need to risk anything too hard. Both of these drivers very, very experienced in their own rights in their class. And again, I think this is just going to be a case of let's see what happens in that third race later on today. Out of the final corner and to the line, it will be Angelo Lombardo to the flag. This time around, hopefully he claims what he wants. Davide Forte takes second, and Antonio Pezzoni finishing in third place. But Fabio Belfucco certainly making it difficult for him with a gap of 0.05 of a second across the line for third place. Then it was Haublin finishing in P5 from Simonetti, Cosaglio from La Martina, Gaffner from Bidet, Mazzoni with a 21 place gain finishes in P11. Then it is Tonoli from Nicastro, Lloydel from Constantini, Melis from Vaca. Also another really good drive there from Mataji in P18, a 10 place gain there to finish in P18. Profico from now on rounds out the top 20, and there's the full results on your screen. And I just can't take away my eyes from that P21 place gain for Mirko Mazzoni. Really showcasing that qualifying wasn't a fluke. Unfortunately, just working on the pre-grid put him down to the back of the field. Absolutely.
Outdid himself compared to that 13 place gain that he achieved yesterday, 21. What's he going to do in his third heat of this weekend's racing? I'm sure we'll find out later on. But they are the rest of your provisional results. Of course, We lost some big hitters within that one. Let's not forget the likes of Daniel Bray had a DNF, 6 laps to go. Sebastian Leder didn't start the race, and Andreas Bagni as well was out.
Indeed, so dramas there for KZ2 Masters at the back of the field, but like you say, for some of those drivers, Spagni and Bray should have been starting on the 3rd and 4th row of those grids. And yeah, that is a big shame for them. Well, the Masters will make their way back to Parc Ferme. Of course, they'll get checked over, make sure everything is good. Of course, they have the weight limit that they have to be adhering to. And of course, all of that, they get checked over and then they'll head back. Their next race will be out later on today at around 10 past 12, which I'll stress is probably the hottest part of the day for the Masters. So that's going to be a real test of endurance, because already at this time at around 25 to 11, we're already peaking at 29 degrees out there. It is incredibly hot. Let's take you through some of the highlights on this race. Love this camera view right at the start. So you can see the missing gaps there for Spagni and Daniel Bray, who went to the back of the grid. But the long run down towards turn number 1 was so close between these top two here. Cosacleo and Foray absolutely wheel to wheel, but keep an eye on Lombardo and that Maranello. Sweeps to the inside right at the start of that race and actually gets a really good getaway in towards turn number 2. You can see how close they were in towards turn 2 already. Up into second place, Foray out wide. He really lost out at the start of that one, but he certainly gained back those positions later on in that race.
Similar thing to what we saw in yesterday's racing from Foray. That Achilles heel is just those race starts so far. And of course, when he's dropping down those positions, that's going to take more wear out of the tyre as he's having to go for those more ambitious overtakes. He's having to hustle that Praga a little bit harder, but like you said, Anthony, did pick off those positions in the end. This was your challenge for that race lead. This was Cosalingo really challenging Lombardo. Lombardo did take it back though through turn number 1, and momentarily did look like Christian Haublin was going to grab another position as well, but didn't quite manage to make it stick. Into turn number 5, that hot spot, we had it all going on in the mid pack. That was between the likes of Fabio Bafalco, really challenging the drivers behind, and it's really heating up, like we said during the race, into turn number 1. Drivers finding a little bit more bravery going into turn number 1, and this was Christian Haublin getting a little bit unsettled on the rear end when challenging for position. Yeah,
indeed, and that really showcased some big moments there between the drivers. Then again, you saw this moment here, Cosacleo just not having the power down those straights, and unfortunately everyone just finding them their way past. Antonio Piccioni getting up into 3rd place and fighting for that position. This is Haublin in his attempt down at turn number 5 as well. Beautiful little overtake, no drama there whatsoever. Not sure what was up there with the pole sitter's kart, because it just, like I say, did not have that top end. Checker flag going out. Lombardo taking it once again, his 2nd win on track. Hopefully for him, his 1st win on paper though, after that nose cone penalty yesterday, demoted him down to 4th after another win on circuit. Well, that is KZ2 Masters done for the moment. They will be back out later on today. We will turn our attention now to the Premier class this weekend. KZ for qualifying Heat 2. That will be out on circuit next. And certainly for this one, again, some real dramas out there in terms of drivers falling back into the race. Now, we had a couple of DNFs in that race. Victor Gustafsson and Jean Noblo unfortunately had dramas. One driver who didn't have dramas was that man there on your screen, Matthias Wagel of France, on that CPP Sody Kart machine. Absolutely delivered in qualifying and that qualifying heat. Here's what he had to say.
Matteo, you grab pole overall in KZ. Can you tell us about the lap out there on the circuit?
Yeah, I decided to start in the traffic because everybody is fast. I know that I will have only 1 lap to do the time, and so I managed to have the perfect gap behind Trefilov, and I just needed to focus on myself, and I managed to do the perfect lap.
And being surrounded by so many quick drivers, can you tell us about the challenge of that when you're going to go into heats later on?
Yeah, of course it's a big challenge, but I like challenge like that. So I will start first, and it's not a problem.
And with the temperature and with the way the track is, the grip that's out there, how do you manage that and make sure that you really get the driving aspect of things correct?
Yeah, of course, with that conditions, it's really hard to drive, but it's like this for everybody. So I just need to, like I said before, focus on myself, and it will be okay for tomorrow.
Well, congratulations. It's pole for you, Matteo.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, good to hear there from Matteo Spergel, who will be starting this one on pole position. And like you say, really utilised that first race yesterday, did the Frenchman, taking that race win ahead of Danilo Albanese, who finished in second place. Pedro Hilbrand of Spain. Now, he had a pretty difficult one out in that one. Did have a good result, though, dropped to third. But from the front row, not the results I would think he would have wanted, especially for the person who leads the current championship standing after a perfect scoring weekend off in Valencia.
Well, Spergel then starting from that pole position not only has the challenge of your current championship leader and round one winner next to him, he's got the challenge of Giuseppe Palomba, your champion of last year, starting right on his tail as we head into this KZ qualifying heat 2.
Yes, indeed. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then of the 17 kart field. It is Matteo Spergel and Pedro Hilbrand on row number 1. Giuseppe Palomba and Danilo Albanese will go from row 2. Tom Luye and Christian Batuca will go from row number 3. Batuca needed a good race in this one. Unfortunately, penalty popping him down to 13th place yesterday. Senna Van Walstein, who finished inside the top 5, will start this one on the 4th row of the grid. We'll have David Trefilov for company alongside with Emilian Denner and Daniel Vasily, who ran out the first half of the grid.
Row number 6 includes Victor Gustafsson, who we saw had dramas that resulted in a DNF with Jean Nomblo yesterday, alongside Francisco Salenta. From 7, we have Lorenzo Campeso, who finished in 11th, alongside Marion Kremers, who finished in 12th. And then from row number 8, we have Giorgio Basoli, alongside Quentin Voria. Row number 9 then, after not setting any laps in qualifying, hardly doing any laps in his first heat yesterday, Jean Nomblo goes from row number 9 on that 17th spot of the grid.
Yes, indeed. Well, hopefully all of the karts will get round and get a good start at this one. But like you say, temperatures increasing ever so more. There's a live view of race control. FIA head of race control, Chris Lambret, joined by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester, watching over a series of cameras out on circuit, including in Parc Ferme as well. 40 on track, and I think 20 or so in Parc Ferme. I'm not too sure the full numbers are there, but there's a lot, which means you can't get away with anything out there, and that's how 2 of those drivers in KZ2 Masters did get caught out with those working on the pre-grids yesterday in time qualifying. So again, it just showcases that you can't get away with anything out there. For KZ, now this is an important one. They need to keep Pedro Hilbrand at bay. So far, they have done that in the form of Spergel and Daniel Albanese. They do not want the Spaniard breaking away at the front, claiming those championship points and putting himself in a really strong position going into that final round in Germany in Mulsanne, which I'm certainly very looking forward to seeing. There is a look at your current intermediate classification. Basically, that is the results of what you saw from the first race earlier on. 50 points for a race win, 44 for second, 41 for third, and so on and so on. And that would, of course, be Matteo Spergel, Daniel Albanese, Pedro Hilbrand, Giuseppe Palomba, Senna Van Walstein, and Daniel Vasile rounding out those top 6 in those results. And again, looking forward to seeing what the likes of Van Walstein and Vasile can do, because like you say, they're starting this on the 4th and 5th row of the grid. A big gain of positions over that first race yesterday. Can they do the same today in this one as the drivers are lined up, ready to go on the front row? Love that shot. Spergel and Hilbrand absolutely wheel to wheel on this grid. It's all going to be down to who can hold their nerve at the start of these races. They'll slowly start to rev those races up, position the kart. Lastly, they'll select first gear. They'll hold it on the brakes. They'll have the clutch in. They'll be revving the nuts off that machine until they see those lights go out. And they do go out. They release the clutch and away they go down and towards turn number 1. It's a solid start for Spergel on the inside line. This time around, Hilbrand cannot get the run away he wants. He goes to the wide outside line there. He'll try to cover off the likes of Daniel Albanese on that Kart Republic machine, but he stays in 3rd place, does the Italian, and there you can see Giuseppe Palomba only losing out on the 1 spot there, dropping down to P4, but crucially at the front, it is Matteo Spergel seemingly uncontested as they head down the 205-metre back straight, accelerating to 150 kilometres an hour.
Turn number 2 then, Hilbrand really used that grip on the outside part of the track, the grip that's being held down by that new piece of tarmac. Drivers saying this weekend that that can help you out there. It can catch you out and it can cause you to lose that rear end, can cause you to bounce, but Hilbrand used it, hooked it around the outside and did not let Albanese grab that second position off of him. They follow out of turn number 9 now, down through this newer part of the track, that final chicane over the bump, and then under the start-finish gantry for the first lap of racing. Spagel, the 18-year-old Frenchman, the driver that pulled it in qualifying, the driver that is the one to beat so far at round 2, still sits there and leads the way. Hilbrand right on his tail now in second. Albanese, the driver that didn't join us at Valencia, has really turned that dial up for the rest of the drivers around him, as he looks now as if he could be challenging the Spaniard of Pedro Hilbrand going into turn number 5. Colombo, your driver that swapped over to the Maranello machinery for the 2025 season, sat there in 4th, has dropped off the tail of Albanese in 3rd position ever so slightly. This is really a big train of karts, Anthony. Nobody seemingly looking to break away just yet, as it looks like Sander van Waldstein, your driver who's a man of consistency both in the European and the World Championship with 2 P2s, is really challenging in that mid-pack. It's David Trefilov that he is thinking about. Spagel, still your race leader, heads under the start-finish gantry, has got a little bit of breathing room, as Sander van Waldstein looked like he was going to make that move work on Trefilov, but backs out of it through turn number 1.
Yeah, lost a lot of time there, did Van Waldstein. He'll have to try and muster up that one again and close that gap back once more to David Trefilov, who is ahead of him. Now, Spurgel in the front has set the fastest lap of the race, however, only very fractionally ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, who still maintains his posture there in the race lead. And there you're seeing Spurgel now going defensive. So Spurgel on lap number 3 has already decided he wants to take that tighter line, and that will keep this entire train in form. It's a case of showcasing how professional these drivers are with the limited mistakes that you'd see out there. It's absolute perfection from all of them, and you're just seeing here, as soon as one little thing can happen, the back end stepping out, a missed gear, just hitting the brakes a little bit too late as they whiz underneath the camera, the speed accelerating once again up to 150 kilometers an hour, borderline near on 100 miles an hour in towards the braking zone at turn number 1, but still incredible high speeds for these drivers here around the Sarno circuit. Here though, Albanese has retaliated to Spagel's fastest lap and has now gone even faster, 58.454. You saw there very briefly the intermediate classification. Spagel would still be controlling that one with 100 points to his name. He does need 3 wins to secure the 25 championship points that could go his way at the end of the qualifying heats phase today. That is a long way to go as Hilbrand now steps up to 2nd in the points. He's joint with Albanese, both on 85, but because Hilbrand out-qualified Albanese, he would take the points advantage on that one. Out of that final chicane, back onto the start-finish straight they go, and now it's seemingly started to open up. You're seeing the different styles there, Nicole, going in towards turn 1. You see how direct Spurgel is on the steering, agitating the rear end of the car to send it through turn number 1, but then you look at Hilbrand, he looks so much smoother going through turn 1, and that's why you see that gap really close in right at the start of the lap. But when you go into that second half of the lap, that's where you start to see it really open up in the field.
Absolutely. Turn number 5 then. This is the point in the track where the drivers really slow down abruptly when nearing that centre of the curb. Spagel and Pedro Hilbrand just taking slightly different line through turn number 5, and then they hit this really bumpy, fast section and sequence of bends as they head through that final sector and towards turn number 9, which is a bit of a hot spot. You can get it done, but Hilbrand is not in the position to do that just yet. This is a track then, Anthony, in Italy that has so much history. In 1993, when it was first opened, it was just over 400 metres in length. It's now 1.6 metres, so significant development has gone on. Changes in the tarmac has caused, bumpiness in the road. Let's not underestimate how challenging that is for these drivers, especially when they're wrestling that kart one-handed to shift up and down the gears, as well as make every corner, as well as try and make every overtake, which Jean Nomblo is absolutely trying to do as he breaches into that top 10 now, a 7th place gain after that poor qualifying, after that poor for Heat 1, as we've now got Giuseppe Palomba getting involved in the fight, and it's turned into a 4-car battle for that number 1. Spagel, Hiltbrand, Albanese, Palomba is in there, and now Louillet in 5th position is looking to get on the back bumper of Palomba in that Maranello as well. Through turn number 9, our race leaders go. This is a battle further on down the order. That's Trefilov now losing position for 6th place to Daniel Vasile.
Yeah, indeed, Vasile absolutely sending it down the inside there at turn number 9, but he's not made that work on the exit though. Trefilov holds on to the position. That just showcases the power you can carry out of the corner. Now we have seen now a gap open up between Spagel and Hiltbrand. It's opened up to around 0.4 of a second. That will be down to Hiltbrand having, I think, a little bit of a mistake there into the hairpin at turn number 9. I think he just outbraked himself very, very slightly, and that put Albanese on the offensive there, but now he's lost out to really fighting with Spagel, who's broken away. Now you can see the gap extending even more now to 0.5 of a second, so Hiltbrand will need to hold on to what he can do here between Albanese and Palomba. Drivers behind, though, most notably Jean Nomblot from France in that number 10 machine. Is on an 8th place gain here right now, is inside that top 10, is in P9 and is pushing his way through nicely. Drivers who have lost out the most on this one, unfortunately, Christian Batuka not having the start he would have wanted, as once again they whiz underneath the gantry camera there, really showcasing the high speeds these drivers can achieve at this circuit. We are nearing the end of this race, Nicole. We're lap number 8, and right now I think it's just a case of well, bring these karts to the end for these drivers, because they had a feisty race earlier on in the weekend. I think they've learned from that, and they think we probably don't want to repeat that, because it was a multitude of nose-cone penalties that came out.
Well, Spagel there, your race leader, the driver out there in front. Of course, when you pole it in qualifying, you're always helping yourself, but within these unique and hot conditions, what he's also done is given himself some really clean air. The drivers behind him, the likes of Hiltbrand, Albanese and Palomba, they're going to be struggling with the heat coming off of the karts in front of them, which is adding to the body temperature, the stress on the engine and the stress on those tyres. This is a challenge, though, within the dying stages between Vasile and Trefilov. It's just over 1/10 of a second, and it has been a change, and almost attempted changes down the inside. That is Jean Nomblot being challenged by Christian Batuka, as we've got a bit of a problem out there.
That is Lorenzo Camplese,
pulled over on the grass and is out. That is turn number 2, as I think we've lost another driver at turn number 2 as well. I can't see by eye who that is, but somebody's pulled off.
Oh, that is Jean Nomblot who's off the track. Jean Nomblot, who had gained multiple positions in this race, was really fighting through the field. Unfortunately, his kart has said absolutely not, and he is broken at the side of the circuit. Amazing that the same place that Lorenzo Camplese's machine also had broke down a few laps ago. So that is an absolute drama for them, especially on the dying stages of this race, because now out of the final corner, his fellow teammate Mateusz Bergel and countryman takes the checkered flag and claims 2 wins out of 2 over the course of the racing in KZ. Now takes 100 intermediate classification points, and he is going into his last race later on today as the main points leader. He's looking to take that fight to Pedro Hiltbrand in the championship standings.
Might be one of the younger drivers, and might be one of the drivers that's only just qualified out of KZ2 into KZ, but Spagel is showing he can be just as dominant in the KZ category as he was last year in 2024. Like you said, Anthony, finishes ahead of the championship leader of Pedro Hiltbrand in second. Albanese then rounds out your top 3, but let's not forget, he was challenged by Giuseppe Palomba, sat there in 4th. Palomba didn't want to give that up. The remainder of your field then includes Palomba in 4th, Tom Loyer in 5th, Daniel Vasile, David Trefilov, Senna van Walkstein, Christian Batuka and Victor Gustafsson round out your top 10. We then have Francesco Calenta, Emilian Denner, Myron Kremers, Giorgio Basoli and Quentin Voria as your top 15. And then we had the 2 non-finishers, that dramatic final 2 laps. Jean Nomblot and Lorenzo Camplese were lost out of turn number 2.
Indeed, a very close little fight there for the drivers. And out there you can see the timing tower on the left-hand side. But a very dramatic race out there for, like you say, those two drivers at the back. For a calm race here, Matej Sbrgel once more showcasing some true talent out there and keeping the field at bay, just behind and not stressing too much. But of course, they've got more races to go. One more qualifying heat later on today before their superheat later on today as well. That timetable has been moved around just that little bit. So a lot of work these drivers have got to do today, because not only is there championship points up available for the qualifying heats, also for the superheat. So effectively, that man there, Matej Sbrgel, could come away today with 50 championship points to close that gap up ahead of the likes of Pedro Hilbrand. Here's a look at your highlights. Lightning reactions from the start. Love that shot there, showcasing how quick these cars can go from 0 to 60 miles an hour. They accelerate faster than any production sports car out there, including Ferraris, Lamborghinis, anything like that. So these cars are absolutely rapid with their power to weight ratio. And crucially, at the start of this one, you could see how Hilbrand just holding that outside line. You were mentioning that one earlier on, Nicole. We're just showcasing what you could do with those places. There was moves happening further down. Emilian Denner losing out to the barrel of, I think, Christian Bachuca, who was fighting through the field right on those final couple of laps. Lorenzo Camplese and Jean Nomblin, unfortunately, mechanical gremlins, both at turn number 2, finding themselves not taking the checkered flag in their second qualifying heat. For Sbrgel, he claims his second checkered flag in these qualifying heats.
Absolutely. Sbrgel then just showing the rest of the field so far this weekend who is boss. Stunning qualifying, stunning heat 1 and heat 2. Pretty different story from what's happened to his teammate of Jean Nomblin, who has not finished qualifying or a heat so far this weekend. Looked okay through practice, but I don't think this weekend could be going any worse for the number 10, who finished down there in 16th.
Yeah, indeed, it was a very big shame. But we'll see those KZs out later on today for their third and final qualifying heat before their superheats to round out the day. That'll be the same for KZ2 Masters as well. So all of them with those races today. For KZ2, though, they are coming up next. They've got a little bit of a calmer day today. They've got two qualifying heats each today, but their superheats will still be tomorrow on Sunday, right before the 3 finals that we will see. But it is KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C that is coming up next, and looking forward to this one, Nicole, because your man who starts this one on pole position, Corentin Rousseau, certainly delivered in time qualifying, but this is where I want to really point out the fact that how close it was in time qualifying. 4 thousandths of a second separated first and second place in time qualifying, indicating it was incredibly close. But Corentin Rousseau just getting the pip to pole position. Here's what he had to say after that session.
Corentin Rousseau, you have grabbed pole in your group and it was a showdown. You grabbed that pole position on the very last moment of the last lap. Can you tell us how you did it?
Yeah, it's a great lap in the last lap. I put the line in 6 seconds, and after in the last lap push and I take the pole position. I'm so happy. Thanks to all the team, and now only push into it.
And until you grabbed the pole at the last second, it did look like Maxim Orlov was going to have it. Of course, he is your driver that was dominant at the last round. Is that putting you off at all, or are you feel confident that you can be dominant this weekend?
Yeah, I'm happy. I'm behind the guys in first in the championship. Now only try to get my best for the heat, and we will see after.
And can you tell us about the heat out there on the circuit? It seems like it's really extreme. As a driver, how do you manage that?
I just now manage the tires for tomorrow, and we will see.
Well, congratulations, polling group.
Thank you.
Well, good to chat there to Corentin Rousseau, and still coming away with relatively decent results at the end of yesterday. Nicole, P2 in his first qualifying heat, but still something that we want to keep an eye on. He finished just behind the likes of Marcus Kayak in that race. There is Samuele Leopardi as well, the Italian, on that barrel up machinery. third place for him yesterday, and now starting on the front row of the grid, looking to see if he can claim anything higher than that.
Leopardi then had that great qualifying, had a bit of bad luck out in Valencia at round 1. We saw drama between him and his teammate of Noah Wolf when we were in Spain. But here in Italy, he looks like he's lit things up a little bit more, turned that dial up. We'll be starting on the front row of your grid, like you just said, Anthony, alongside Corentin Rousseau. All drivers in the front 2 rows then so far within their heats yesterday have finished in that top 5. We've got Maximilian Schleimer there starting on the 2nd row of the grid in 3rd. He finished P4 in his heat yesterday and will be joined by Dion van Verven, who was 2nd in yesterday's qualifying heat.
Certainly so. Well, moments away from getting this one started. As you can see, to give you an indication of how hot it is there, all the drivers have chosen to be in the shade there. You can see how they've moved themselves out of the actual grid slots there to keep themselves as cool as possible. The temperature increasing moments by moment. So the same can be said for the marshals out there, staying in their marshal covers as much as they possibly can. We couldn't go racing without the fabulous marshal team. The brilliant work from all the volunteers out there on circuit, the medical crews, the marshals, everyone, to make sure the racing stays nice and safe over the course of this weekend. While engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit, albeit one of them there just struggling to get initially started. The good thing about these is that they can come to a complete stop with a little bit of clutch control. If this was a clutchless kart, it would just stall right there, and they don't want that. But right then, drivers make their way out. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup as there you go. Yeah, clearly a couple of karts just slowly making their way out. That looks like one of the Door Motorsport machines, the IPK, possibly Eduardo Mormorelli, just making his way out onto the circuit. Right, let's take you through that full starting lineup. Corentin Rousseau and Samuel Leopardi then will be starting this one on the front row of the grid. 2nd and 3rd for them. One of them is about to come away with their first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Maxim Schleimer. And you've got Dion van Verven going from row number 2. They'll have Mathis Prus and Alessia Pacini on row number 3. Hopefully Pacini is there. We didn't see him start the race earlier on, the Mondeo Kart ASD driver, hopefully out on track. Ellie Goldstein came away with a DSQ yesterday after drama on circuit. Hopefully this time around he'll be having a better race. He'll be starting alongside Arthur Boulain of France. Row number 5 sees Jaden Teen and Noah Wolf. They round out the top 10 on row number 5. Paolo Tontieri and Lewis Speck go from row 6. They'll have Jean Louis and Kian Fardin rounding out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Row number 8 looks like Michael Paparo alongside Marty Raitanen. From 9 we have Andrea Dale versus Achille Mazzoni, and from 10 we have legend in New Zealand Jay Irwin alongside one of your youngest drivers here this weekend of Jensen Graham. 11 is Eric Holm with Alvar Simasvara. 12 includes Alessandro Zalocco with Cedric Malk. 13 is Many Hurt Crosser with Eric Vess, who had a 5-second penalty after causing an incident yesterday. And then the 14th and final row of your grid, 28 karts, includes Eduardo Mormorelli and Hugo Besson.
Well, drivers making their way again very slowly round to the grid. In fact, I think the front drivers haven't even made it to turn 7 yet, so we've still got quite a little bit of a wait for these drivers to head to the grid. And again, understandably, I think this is a lot of, well, you would think they're trying to get obviously temperature into the tyres, into the brakes, everything like that, but of course it's so hot out there that it's not going to be difficult to get temperature into the engines. The problem is that with them going so slow, they're not getting the air into the radiator. The engine temps will be rising quite considerably with them going so cautiously slow, but again, they do want to get that to an optimal operating window. There, the drivers just getting themselves formed up. Your pole sitter, Corentin Rousseau, who was looking to see if he can come away with his first qualifying heat win of the weekend. Both winners from the first races yesterday. They are out in the second KZ2 race, which means someone there is about to lose their first race of the weekend.
Well, and going back to what you were just saying, Anthony, then about the pace that these drivers are going around, they don't want to put too much stress on the tyres or the engines. They don't need to do it. With the temperature that's out there, it's all going to get up to temperature very quickly. They're just driving around to get that initial slide in the cards, the initial temperature, but you wouldn't see them barreling into the corners on an opening lap too much it's not needed in conditions like these.
No, indeed. And again, chatting to some of the team from Dunlop, of course, over this weekend, vying with the option tyre for the Sarno weekend here for the FIA Karting European Championship. And they're still saying, you know, tyres at their peak through some of the high-speed corners here will be reaching around 130 degrees Celsius, the surface tyre temperature. Absolutely incredibly high. They should keep it down to around about 90 degrees out there. That's what they'll go to the coldest temperature, like down the start-finish straight or down the back straight. But for these drivers, they just need to try and maintain that one. They don't want to keep it peaked up at 130, but because there's not a lot of rest time here, because there's a lot of chicanes and a lot of hairpins that they're constantly fighting through, it does mean that those tyre temps stay pretty high.
And the bumps in the circuit as well. You know, even when heading out of that final exit of the chicane and onto the start finish, there's a bump there. The driver's having to hold onto the wheel to not lose that rear end, not sacrifice any speed, and, you know, not slide across the tarmac. That's something else that will be playing into the hands of things.
No, indeed. Right then. Let's see what happens in this next qualifying heat then as drivers get themselves into position. It's KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C, their second race of the weekend. What can they do? Rousseau and Leopardi on the front row of the grid. Lights are out, we're racing down and towards turn number 1, and it's a brilliant start for Samuele Leopardi. Sweeps into the lead and takes a commanding lead going in towards turn number 2. Absolutely uncontested there, and unfortunately for Colin Rousseau, he did not get the legs off the line. Dion van Verven is right there behind him on his rear bumper heading down in towards turn number 3, but no one able to catch up to Samuele Leopardi, who has broken away at the front of the field. Down the back straight they go. You can see the action kicking off in the background. Drivers will go for lunges in towards turn 5, I am sure, but on the exit of it, it's all clean and calm for the field of KZ2.
Arthur Poulain, then the Frenchman, sat in 8th position. Looked like he was challenging some of the drivers around him in that early stage, but has given himself a bit of a gap to the driver behind and the driver in front as they head out of this opening lap. A bit of a chain going on. It looks like to me by I Know Wolf is all involved in that. He's a driver that was disqualified yesterday after trying to restart the car after the opening lap. Your top 5 though, Leopardi leads from Rousseau. Dion van Verven, who was really aggressive at that start, is in 3rd position. Maximilian Schleimer has dropped down to 4th, and Matis Prouche is sat there in 5th. Going through turn number 3 then, these drivers all trying to chase up to Leopardi, who is fastest through sector number 1, through sector number 2, has got that clean air around him, really benefiting from that, won't be suffering from getting too hot compared to the likes of probably Dion van Verven, who's really in the thick of that heat, sat there in 3rd position. Heading through turn number 6 and down towards turn number 7 then, this is the point in the track that these drivers are really going to get out of position, and there we are. Dion van Verven challenged for 2nd position. Rousseau looks like he might be dropping down the order slightly more because Maximilian Schleimer is getting involved. But as we say his name, I think he's been cursed because Dion van Verven is now under investigation for a potential starting infringement. Leopardi has given himself a really good gap, but it has, I'd say, been gifted to him from Van Verven being quite aggressive to the drivers around him. Matis Prouche is now under investigation, similarly to Van Verven, for a starting procedure infringement.
Well, again, so that's 2 possible jump starts then at the start of that race, and unfortunately with that overtake from Dion van Verven, Corentin Rousseau has been flustered, and the pole sitter has tumbled down to 7th place now, and he's right in the mid-pack there. Arthur Poulain on that energy course is trying to also get past, but we'll keep an eye on all of that fight as it goes on. Here's the start. Oh, it's a definite jump start there for Dion van Verven. That was absolutely out of nowhere.
Well, I said it was aggressive, but I think that was more than aggressive. It was way too early. You can see it. I'd say it was almost, you know, unquestionable. Van Verven, you know, was the first to jump that. I don't know what Matis Prouche's incident was like at that start. Maybe he did a similar thing to Van Verven. But eyes and ears back on to the battle. This is all going on for that mid-pack. Goldstein now has jumped up by 2 places to break into the top 5. Goldstein needs a good race within this one. You can see him just on the tail of Prouche in front of him. He's on the back of this train of karts. That DSQ yesterday, he was involved in an incident with Timo Youngling. They had a bit to say to each other as he
Whoa.
challenges into turn number 5, down the inside, uses the brakes at the curve to get the car stopped and pulls it off.
Yeah, that's a nice little overtake there for Goldstein in seemingly what is still a very early career in his gearbox racing, and we'll keep a very close eye on how he progresses over the coming years. But right now for Goldstein, really piling on that pressure, and for Matis Prush now, a 5th place, still where he started. He's not dropped down anything, but needs to fight back. This is Kian Farnin down the inside, turn number 1, sends it through, and there you can see Jean-Louis tries to follow through as well. Now Pacini will have to be really fighting back. No, Wolf is there on the outside. He's under investigation for potentially causing a collision. He's right involved within that fray, certainly getting his nose tucked in as much as he can, but you can see how it's kicking off all in the background there. J. Owen, Andrea Dale, Matti Rittinen, all involved in that one. Jensen Graham is just behind as well in his first year of gearbox racing also, so a lot of new drivers really at the sharp end here, all vying for position. For some of them, they have raced here before in other classes, but it's their first time in gearbox racing, and I've got to say this track is more of a challenge in gearbox karts because you're absolutely vying for position. This one, Edata Lane, I think he's battling away nicely there at the front. Michael Paparo's just behind him as well as they push through, but eyes at the front here. Well, Dion van Verven has closed in on the race lead. He is under investigation for that jump start. It's quite a clear jump start, so now he's looking for damage limitation, looks to the inside of Samuele Leopardi, but can't get the move done. The Italian is under a massive pressure right now, but he will see that the driver behind is under investigation. He will note that. So again, he doesn't need to really defend this one. He could let him break away, and is he going to do that? He's going to look to the inside once more. There's contact between the two. It's only very light, but Dion van Verven squeezes his way through into the race lead.
Dion van Verven then, that's bravery on 4 wheels, both through turn 3 and turn number 5. And what's that done? It's given Maximilian Schleimer an opportunity now to try and pick off the Birolart driver of Leopardi as well, as we've got one more change for the race lead. Leopardi snatches it back, and now Schleimer takes advantage of that. Dion van Verven drops to 3rd. Eli Goldstein picks up the pace, and now he's on the back of this train, absolutely like a shadow. The two Sodis bumping into each other slightly as they go through turn number 3. Van Verven needs to be careful now because he's already under investigation. He had a little slight bit of contact with Leopardi when making that overtake, so I'm not sure if he'll be looked at for that as well, but he's already finding himself in trouble in this race. Noah Wolf is your fastest driver out there on the circuit with a 58.395. Let's not forget he will have fresher, newer tyres after that DNF in yesterday's heat. Now, this battle for the race lead is no longer a 3-kart train, it's a 5-6-kart train, because these drivers, the likes of Van Verven and Goldstein, are bringing Matis Prush and Rousseau into it as well, as we've got a change between Goldstein, and that is Schleimer there. Goldstein now jumps into 3rd position, takes the position away from the Sodis, breaks up that 2-kart Sodi battle, and now Eli Goldstein finds himself in a bit of a Sodi kart sandwich. Prush right there now looks over his shoulder to Rousseau, your previous driver, who started on the front row but has dropped down the order to 6th, and now is heating up in these dying stages.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, now Dion van Verven up into 2nd place. He got that move done on his teammate, absolutely sent him backwards, and Goldstein capitalised on that, which is how he has split those two Sodi kart machines apart. But as they head down the back straight once more, we'll keep a close eye on this one, because once again Dion van Verven is going to pile on the pressure to Samuele Leopardi in the race lead of this one. But time very quickly running out in this race. We are on lap number 8, I believe, of this race.
Whoa.
And a big lunge down the inside for Dion van Verven. It's the same place he got the move done. They go absolutely wheel to wheel through a flat out corner, and Samuele Leopardi gets caught out on the dusty part of the track and tumbles down the order. It's an absolutely incredible dive for Dion van Verven, but I've got to say, for Samuele Leopardi, that is a tricky part of the circuit. You are one-handed over the bumps and bores as you're sending it through the gears, And not only that, it was on the dusty part of the track. I'm amazed he's still there in P4.
That might have been aggressive, it might have been ambitious, but you've got to give it to Dion van Verven. That was some fantastic wheel-to-wheel combat. I'd say ice in the veins of this driver through the last 4 or 5 laps, because he's not given anything away to the drivers around. Doesn't care who is around him. He's gone for those aggressive overtakes, and he's made it stick. Ellie Goldstein now, your driver who's up 5 positions, is shadowing around the Sodi of Van Verven. Are we going to question, is there going to be a penalty applied to your race leader for that starting procedure, potential jump start? Could Goldstein actually be in for a race win here? But on the road currently, it is Dion van Verven who leads the way through this final sector of chicane, through that final curb, going down the start-finish straight. He will see the checkered flag as your race winner after all of that aggression, after all of those elbows out moments between him and Leopardi. Goldstein, like we said, finishes second on the road and then leads from Maximilian Schleimer, sat there in third.
Well, it's a minimum of a 5-second time penalty for a jump start. And for Dion van Verven at the beginning of that one, that unfortunately will tumble him down to 15th place in that race result. It's a win on track. It's a fabulous race from him. Unfortunately, the start just didn't go his way. So for Goldstein, claiming his first win of the weekend, that's nicely done for him after a drama that happened yesterday. So look forward to seeing how he feels after that racing, but that's what we like to see. This is Sarno, that is KZ2 Racing, feisty as you like it, all the way to the bitter end.
That's FIA racing, you know, just absolutely exhilarating, nail-biting stuff. You're on the edge of your seat. We ran you through your top 3, which was rounded out by Schleimer. Then your top 5 includes Leopardi and Matej Prush as well. Corentin Rousseau is in 6th, Arthur Poulain 7th, Michael Paparo 8th, Jean Loyer 9th, and then in 10th, rounding out your top 10, is Kian Fardin. We then have Paro Tonteri, Jaden Teen, Noah Wolf, Jay Irwin, Marty Wrighton and Jensen Graham, Alvar Simasavara, Hugo Besson, and Meniher Crozza and Eric Holm as your top 20. Alessandro Zolocco, Cedric Malk, Eric Vess, Eduardo Mormarelli, Akil Mazzoni, and Andrea Dell round out your 26 finishers. And then we had 2 DNFs out there on the circuit. That was Alessio Bacchini and Luis Beck.
Indeed. Well, a very interesting one there for those races, and we will see those highlights from the start, because there was a couple of drivers under investigation for those jump starts. Watch the lights. Lights definitely have not gone out, and that's a clear violation there for Dion van Verven, and that's, I think, what really gave him that, right, let's just go. Let's just get these overtakes done. Let's see if we can break away to get to the front. Unfortunately, with not enough time to try and open up a gap.
He would have been driving around thinking, I need to get as far ahead as I can. So that 5-second penalty doesn't drop me down too far. If he can get to the front and get a gap, you know, good news. And he did do that in the end of things, won by just under half a second. Challenges going on in the opening stages. This was at the front end of the order, and this was when Dion van Verven really lit things up and challenged some of the Birrells and the Leclercs around him. You had the 2 drivers of Schleimer and Verven sort of work together in the opening stage, but I'd actually say a little bit later on. They weren't really friends out there on the circuit. Arthur Poulain was leading a train of karts around him. That was Paparo. Lier was getting all involved, but this was the stage in the race, I would say, Anthony, through turn number 5, after that fastest part of the circuit, that Ellie Goldstein really lit things up.
Indeed. Well, action happening all the way further down the order as well. That was Kian Fardin pushing his way through. Jean Lier as well in tow, would later get past. This was the move for the lead. Dion van Verven down the inside. A little bit of wheel banging there between the 2 of them, but fierce racing still. That brought everyone into play, but it was later in the lap at turn number 9 where Samuele Leopardi sent it back down the inside at turn number 9, then brought Schleimer into play, and that's what really caused this fight to kick off, because now those 2 teammates went absolutely wheel to wheel, brought Ellie Goldstein into play as well. Goldstein sweeping his way up into 3rd place, and then later on again just seemingly just sneaking his way through here and there, then noting right at the end that he would come away with a race win. Nothing that Dion van Verven can do after that jump start. He did his best to try and get to the front. He did that, but look how close the pack was there all the way across. A 5-second penalty honestly puts you down to around P15. That is a big big deficit for the driver. Right then, that is KZ2, their first heat of the day done for groups A and C. There is one more race to go before we go into the first of 2 breaks over the course of the day. KZ2 qualifying heat B versus D will be the next one heading out on to the track. And like we say, for Ellie Goldstein, that's the first win of the weekend on paper, of course, officially on track. Dion Bravo taking that one. But here we've got the likes of Marcus Kayak and Maxim Orlov on the front row of the grid. Both of those drivers with a race win yesterday. But this man here was the second fastest driver in qualifying. And like we say, only 4 thousandths of a second separated him from an absolute pole position in the KZ2 class. Here's what he had to say from Marcus Kayak.
Marcus, it's pole in group, but it's not quite enough to out-qualify our previous group. You're the only ones in your group, though, that reached into the 57s. Can you tell us about what it's like to drive out there?
Definitely hot, but yeah, I had a good position on the track. Made use of a little bit of slipstream. And yeah, just put my lap together and somehow make pole.
And your experience, what do you think is going to come into this weekend? You know, we're battling with the heat out there, but what are the other challenges of this weekend going to be?
The main thing for sure is conserving the tires, because in this hot weather the tire is gonna wear out rather quickly. So yeah, just try to manage the tires until the superheat, and then in the final we try our best with new sets.
Well, we'll see you manage those tyres then. Congratulations, pole in group.
Thank you so much.
Well, great to chat there to Marcus Kayak. And like you were saying, very close in time qualifying. But that was then, and this is now, as the qualifying heat B versus D gets fired up and makes its way out onto the circuit. For Marcus Kayak and Maxim Orlov, the job is simple. Try and get away with a race win, but it'll be the same conversation being said to the likes of Kasper Schulmans. Yanis Vico will be starting this one on the second row of the grid. Right then, field makes its way out. Let's fire you through that full starting lineup. 28 karts on this grid, all vying for a position into those superheats later on in the weekend. It's Marcus Kayak and Maxim Orlov, current championship leader, on row number 1. Kasper Schulmans and Yanis Vico of Spain go from row 2. They'll have Dominic Simic and Jörg Vatanen of Finland on row number 3. Row 4 will see Tigran Bonatian. They'll have Tom Dussel for company alongside. Timo Jungling, who got DSQ'd earlier in the weekend, will be joined alongside by Marek Skrivan. Leonardo Bonomo and Samuel Luye will round out row number 6, with the first half of the field being Anatoly Kavalkin and Kurt Precious on row number 7.
What can the second part of your field pull out the hat? On row number 8 is Jiri Bachika with Kimi Tani, who was disqualified yesterday for working on the pre-grid. From row number 9 we have Jesper Schoberg with Alejandro Lehoff, and from 10 is Zoe Ferratu with Emmanuel Mai. 11 includes Federico Albanese versus Andrea Piperano, and from 12 we have Nicola Imperato with Eric Muller. 13 includes Nicola Rossini, Andrea Antonello, and rounding out your 14th and final row of your grid for 28 karts, we have Eric Enaki with Ruven Vilk.
Right, so these drivers now in a state of warming up the wagons, heading round to the grid. And like you say, a reminder for some of these drivers yesterday, very dramatic races. We had some drivers gain a few positions here, but everyone in these groups kind of just had their own little races, stayed in their main positions. One who I really want to keep an eye on this one, Marek Skrivan, who starts this on the 5th row of the grid in P10. Did gain 4 places yesterday in that race and is looking to push himself forward. Kasper Schulmans yesterday on the 2nd row of the grid had a tough race. He did drop to 7th place from P3. So again, today looking to kind of turn that around a little bit for him. See if he can try and push forward. And now that he's got some rapid drivers in front of him, of course, Kayak was with that group similarly yesterday. but now he's got Maxim Orlov as well. If those two start to really fight in this one, it will keep the pack all nice and congested.
Absolutely. We're in a furnace here at the foot of Mount Vesuvius, and those drivers out there are in a furnace of talent and aggression within that KZ2 grid. You've got so many quick drivers out there, and of course, one of your drivers that has been quickest throughout this year, Orlov, swept up at Valencia in Spain this weekend. He showed similar stuff, although didn't outright pole it in qualifying. You know, he's out there, and he's going to be your one to think about. Further down the grid, let's look to the likes of Kimi Tani, who was disqualified, driver from Finland who is very quick, and watch him maybe pick up some positions. You've also got Antonelli Kavalkin a bit further down the order, but that's a driver who can overtake and who can get elbows out within racing. We saw wheel-to-wheel combat for our first group of KZ2s for their first showing today here, but what are we going to see from our second group?
Crucially to note here, Nicole, wind has picked up considerably down that start-finish straight. It is a headwind for the drivers in towards turn number 1. Indicating that the slipstream might be a little bit more effective for them into that braking zone. Well, not really a braking zone in towards turn 1, flat out, but you know, in towards turn 1. But you can see there from the flags fluttering in the breeze. We are moments away from starting this one, and the last of the drivers get into their grid spots. Ruben Vilk and Eric Anaki at the back of that grid, starting this one 27th and 28th place now get formed up at the back as we get ready for that lights procedure to start. We'll wait for Pasquale Lupoli, the race director this weekend, to press that magical button which starts that lights procedure. As lights go out, we are racing. It's a lightning start in the background there with one of the Sony cars getting skyward, possibly Timo Jungling, who was very keen to get off the line, but crucially at the front, it is still a good start for the front runners, but it's Maxim Orlov who leads the way as they head down in towards turn 3 for the first time. Kayak holding on to third place. You can see another one of the Sony cars there. I think Kasper Schulman's holding on to third place as drama has ensued in the background. Unfortunately, I think Tigran Benatian has had drama with Leonardo Bonomo as well. I think Kerpresius and Yuri Pacheca have had drama, and I think Nicola Rossini has also got caught out in that one. Yes, there is Nicola Rossini just trying to get back into formation. Now, they can get this restarted. If they want to, they can do that on the first opening lap, and I can see that the IPK of Yuri Pacheca has got that done. Unfortunately, the Tony Kart machine of Nicola Rossini has retired. Eyes on the sharp end of the field, though. It's all kicking off in the top sections of it, because now look at this fight coming across the line. It is Orlov who leads the way from Schulman, Savico, Kayak from Valtonen, Skrivan from Simek, Luye from Tani. Youngling rounds out the top 10 as they head in towards turn number 2. Look at this, 3 wide at turn number 2. Absolutely superb. Marcus Kayak and Marek Skrivan, absolutely nail-biting stuff, but it is Skrivan going absolutely wheel-to-wheel with Valtonen and Simek and holding on to position.
Your two Sodis are the drivers that bit the bullet the fastest then, are out there with a bit of breathing room. Kayak was getting shuffled in that first lap, but has found a little bit of confidence now and has jumped back into that third position after losing out from the front row of the grid. Feisty stuff from our midfield. This is the 3-1-8 getting all involved, but that is Savico and Valtonen having a bit of a conversation out there on the circuit, out through turn number 9 and through this chicane section. This is actually where I think Kayak previously hung it around the outside slightly to challenge once more for that third position, as he picks up a bit of pace now to the likes of Kasper Schulman's sat there in second position. Moves further back in the field then, that's one of the TB karts overtaking for around 20th place. For this, your eyes and ears go back onto that mid-pack section where it is your busiest point of the track. Tigran Benatian is your fastest driver out there with a 59.177, but I do think he was involved in a slight bit of an incident out there on that opening lap. Challenges going on then into turn number 5, and that's one of the Birrells now overtaking. I think that is Valtonen in that 5th position getting involved. And now we've got challenges going on once more through turn number 6.
Yeah, this is Savico, Valtonen and Skrivan absolutely line astern here going in towards turn number 9, the final hairpin on the circuit, but no dramas for them right now. as they head out of that back over the start-finish line. First, second and third, clear and dry at the front of this field, but the fourth place battle backwards is where it's all starting to heat up here. But we'll keep a close eye on this progression as the race goes on, because it's all kicking off in the background as well, even further down in the order. We're seeing drivers like Zoe Florescu fighting through the field. Emmanuel Mai's also there as well. They're 13th and 14th. And as I mentioned that name, Emmanuel Mai becomes under investigation for potentially causing a collision out there. Tom Dussel is your fastest driver out on track, currently circulating in P10 is the driver for CPB Sport on that Sony Kart machine. He is trying to get through the field, however, he's down 2 spots in this race and looking to fight back in the order. Seems to have simmered down here now, Nicole. Very feisty at the start of this race for groups B versus D for KZ2, but now they seem to have settled into a bit of a rhythm for the time being.
Well, you just said the word Sony Karts, and we'll talk about the Sony Kart out there on the front. Maxim Orlov doing what Maxim Orlov does, which is push away. 6th to 10th. Clear now from his teammate of Kasper Schurmans, sat there in 2nd position. Schurmans, of course, had a bit of bad luck in the final at Valencia, did finish on the podium, but was given a 5-second penalty, so he lost it. Orlov now continuing to turn up that speed dial, because he's your fastest driver out there on the circuit, using all of that clean air in front of him to get the most out of the tyre, out of the engine, out of the kart. Head through that twisty and really difficult section that you can't see by eye. It's a bit misleading, but it's bumpy for those drivers. Drivers are battling the kart. They're trying to change up and down gears one-handed, as well as hit every single apex, hit all of their braking points. Once more, this mid-pack section not letting off, and they're still challenging each other. Vautonen still trying to have a look as we've got an overtake out through turn number 9. No real changes now other than that gap between Orlov and Schurmans. It's now up to 0.8 of a second. But Schurmans, the Sony Kart teammate, hasn't got too much to worry about, with Marcus Kayak behind him, as we now have a warning flag out there for the 3, 4, 5 of Kimi Tani.
Just noting drivers in these top groups here, Dominic Simek and Tom Dussel, 9th and 10th. A bit of a moment for them out of turn number 1. Dust getting kicked up in the background. That's put them into a bit of a fight as they head down in towards turn number 9, and that is skywards there, and not happy at all is Dominic Simek. And I was saying how those drivers had the dramas at the start of the lap. Those dramas continued in towards turn number 5, and Tom Dussel and Anatoly Kavalkin both get through, but Dominic Simek now down 6 places and into 11th. What happened here? So as you can see, looks to the inside. There you go, sideways under braking. I don't think there was initially any contact there, but it was on the exit here. You could just see the front wheels making contact skywards. That's a very scary moment there for Dominic Simek, but crucially holding on to it. Our action here, Manik Skriban under attack. I think he's just lost out to Samuel Luye, who's head past, and now he's got the likes of Timo Youngling right on that rear bumper, heading in towards turn number 4 and down the back straight. Now, are we going to see a lunge here from the young Briton, Timo Youngling? Could he send it down the inside? Thought about it, but no, stays there behind and holds on to P8 and continues his race with the 1-place gain.
And what stage are we going to maybe see a lunge from Savico on Kayak, because he's shadowing him around now for that 3rd position. Youngling similarly still having a look, like you just said, Anthony. Youngling yesterday was disqualified, got involved in an incident, so he will have fresher tyres because he didn't actually stop out there on the circuit with Goldstein. So in this one, he's got a bit of an advantage. This is Sam Loyer then, some move down the inside, uses that curb and just pops it in there. Nicely done. Yeah,
that was that overtake we were talking about earlier on. Max Skrivan dropping backwards and became under pressure from Youngling, who did try and get a move done at the same time there, but unfortunately not finding his way through. Eyes on this. Battle for 3rd is on. Marcus Kayak has tried to keep in contact with Schurmans and Orlov, but has not managed to do so. And Yenis Savico is going to take full advantage of that one in the barrel machine for the Shalakai Racing team, pushing his way through nicely. and you can see is on that rear bumper, but does need to be careful because Juha Valtonen is right there as well, and just behind them, Samuel Luye's on a 6th place gain, is also closing in on this fight, so we'll keep a close eye on this one. However, we're going on to the final lap of this race, and I don't think it's going to happen here, though. Down the inside, Timo Jungling's going to go for it through turn 1 on Maddox Skrivan, and gets through nicely. That is a big lunge there at turn number 1. It's a tricky turn to get it done because it is absolutely flat out for the drivers.
It's one of those turns, though, for the drivers. They know if they make an overtake into turn number 1, they're not going to get challenged again into turn number 2. The drivers, they're pushed out, they're forced wide when being overtaken, which really does benefit the likes of Jungling. He would have gone into turn number 2, know that he's not going to get that switchback done, you know, hasn't got to think about the driver that he has just swapped that position for. Out there in the front, though, in this final lap, Maxim Orlov, 1.2 seconds clear of his teammate of Kasper Schulmans. We said it earlier, Maxim Orlov doing what Maxim Orlov does, and that is winning heads out of the final corner, meets the black and white checkered flag as your race winner for the final KZ2 heats of this rotation before the break. Finishes, like we said, ahead of teammate of Schulmans, and then ahead of Kayak, who he started alongside right at the very start of this race. Kayak then, not a bad heat for him, but he loses that streak of wins that he did start off yesterday. And there you can see great sportsmanship from your race winner of Orlov, giving the thumbs up to his teammate of Kasper to say, well done. And of course, the Sodi team, the CPB Sport team on the side, will be happy with that result.
Yeah, they certainly will do. A very, very strong start to the 2025 season for Maxim Orlov and the CPB Sport team as well, as now that is 100 intermediate classification points heading to Orlov. Schulmans finishing in 2nd from Kayak, Savico from Valtonen, Luye from Jungling, Skrivan from Kavalkin, Dussol from Simic, then it's Tani from Bonatti and Schulberg from Mai, Leof from Florescu, and the rest of the field as well. You were seeing there the likes of Albanese from Mueller, Pirovano from Antonello, Inaki from Vilk, and Jurs rounding out the 24-cut field. Unfortunately, right at the end there, dropping down 10 places. Retirements, Nicolo Imparato, you had Bonomo, Pachica, and Rossini, all unfortunately retiring from that race. Well, the job is done, like we were saying, for that first half for the field. There is a break coming up, but don't go anywhere. We'll have a look at some of the highlights from that race, because there was a fair few of them. There, Schulman's just getting his gloves off, and, well, I can imagine going into later on today, the action's going to be on what can the field do against this man here, Maxim Orlov. They cannot let him continue this dominant streak, because, of course, he is vying for another 25 championship points. If Maxim Orlov comes away with a perfect scoring weekend at the end of this, I don't think he could be caught when we go to Mulsanne at the end of the season. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. Unfortunately, one of the IPKs there just not getting off the line well, possibly Yuri Pachica, who did later on get caught out in that opening lap drama. Right at the beginning, you saw again Jungling as well, also getting a very feisty start off the line. But crucial, was a good getaway for Orlov. Beats Marcus Kayak to the whole shot for pole position, but it was the drama further behind that we were keeping a close eye on. Bonomi, Pacheco, Rossini were out in that one, I think. Imparato was later on in that race, where it all started to then kick off. Look at this, 3 wide here for 3rd place. Marcus Kayak right in the middle of that one there. Colantoro trying to get involved, but later dropping back into the fray. But a big train starting to form up right at the start of this one here, Nicole. Big movers through the field. Like you say, Samuel Luye was one of them. You had the drama there for the TB kart machine of Alejandro Leof. He unfortunately lost out in a fair few positions. There was Dominic Simic going skywards at the exit of turn number 5, colliding with his teammate there, and that was allowing the likes of Anatoly Kavalkin to push through the field nicely in that latter stage of the race. This was the moment as well. Samuel Luye diving it down the inside, getting that overtake done on Maddox Skrivan. Timo Jungling trying to get it done, but then later did it at turn number 1. So a very, very close little fight there at the end. But the checker flag once again going out and heading to the likes of Maxim Orlov, who continues his dominant performance over the course of the 2025 season. The question remains, Nicole, can anyone catch him?
Well, I think if they're going to do it, they need to do it together, and it needs to be in the early stages of the race, because we see time from Maxim Orlov. After 2 laps, he's gone. He pushes away. I think for these drivers out there, they need to really try and push him further down the field, make him work for it in those opening stages.
Yeah, he certainly does. Well, racing is done for now, but don't worry, we will be back after a short break. Another 4 races before we go into the super heats for KZ2 Masters and KZ2 later on today. If you're, well, KZ, I should say, if you're wanting to watch the KZ2 super heats, you'll have to wait until tomorrow on Sunday finals day. But we're going to take a short break. For myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the MondoCar.com FIA Karting European Championships here live at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno in southern Italy. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Nicole Sutherland back in the box after a short break, and we'll be going into the next half of those qualifying heats for KZ2 Masters, KZ and KZ2, which are coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, fantastic start to the day so far. We had a rotation of heats yesterday and one rotation today. It's been hot, it's been feisty, especially from our KZ2s. And from our Masters, we've had the likes of Maxim Orlov really show that dominant spirit once more. But we turn our attention back to the KZ2 Masters for qualifying Heat 3, 9 laps, 15 kilometres of pure adrenaline, speed and heat out there on the circuit.
Indeed, heat being the prime thing of that one, because it's now at 32 degrees out there, and with the metal roofs and the tarmac on the floor, trust me, for those drivers wrapped up in those race suits, fireproof gear underneath as well, helmets on, it's going to be mighty, mighty hot in there. And for one driver who's come a long way to stand in this heat is Daniel Bray, all the way from New Zealand. He's had a relatively tough weekend, but we caught up with him before this weekend. Here's what he had to say. Welcome, Daniel. Thank you very much for joining us. You've raced all over the world. That's no short story on that one. From Hamilton to Algarve to now Sarno. What makes this track such a distinctive challenge, especially in KZ2 machinery, compared to the tracks back home in New Zealand?
A couple of big things is the length and the width. Most of our tracks are like 700 meters long and they're about 6 to 7 meters wide. You know, this is 1.7K, 10 meters wide. And the other thing is the grip. You know, like obviously the Italian Championship was here last week and there were lips of rubber. We have a lot of rain and not a lot of drivers, and it's always slipping and sliding everywhere. So that is the big challenge. And the competition, you know, like there's so many drivers here, the Europeans and the worlds, that are so close. So qualifying is so important to be up the front. It makes a big difference in the race.
You came incredibly close to a world title in KZ2 Masters last year. Coming into this level of racing, obviously the European Championship, is your mindset now more about the race wins, or are you focused still on refining the details, and could you finally land that World Championship and maybe even a European title as well?
I think it comes back to still refining the details, because if you get that right, then you get the speed and you're there. We've been so close so many times. I asked myself the same question as well. To stand on the podium 3 times is just that little bit. We just need that little extra. We got very close last year, but Anthony was just that little better. But I think, you know, we were 7 seconds clear of 4A, you know, and he's no slouch. So we were definitely good enough. Just lady luck has to be on your side.
You wear multiple hats as well, driver, coach, team leader, and how does your coaching mindset influence your own approach behind the wheel during big international race weekends like this one? Of course, your experience here goes back many years to your last time here in 2013 as well.
Yeah, I think like the coaching side of it helps a lot, because you need to, as you explain to your drivers, your kids and other adults and stuff, is no matter what happens, relax, reset. It's not over until it's over, you know? So if you have a bad race or you have a bad practice, it doesn't matter. Not until that checkered flag and the last lap of the final is done, is the race done. So never give up and always keep searching. And if you get lost, just go back to standard and keep going again.
Really good to chat there to Daniel Bray at the start of this weekend. Of course, he flies a long way to be with these racings here. But he starts this one on the 4th row of the grid, P8. Tough qualifying for him, and so far some relatively tough qualifying heats at a DNF in that last race earlier on today, Nicole.
Yeah, DNF pretty much straight away. Bray was suffering with some mechanical gremlins out there on the track when he pulled off of the grid, so didn't actually get to put any laps in, didn't get to improve on his P6 finish from yesterday. Eyes on the front of your field, though, will be led by Casaglio and Davide Foray. Foray has had a P1 and a P2. The closest driver out there on the circuit to him so far, results-wise. has been Lombardo, who's starting right behind on that second row. But how will this play out? Because I think our KZ2s are more than aware that this is a one-event competition. Your European Championship will be determined by the end of this weekend, and that is ramping things up for these drivers, ramping things up a gear as we've got a slow
a bit of a traffic jam
going off onto the track.
There we go.
But here we go, drivers getting themselves all sorted out now. But like you said, red light went out, I think, for some of those then. Yeah,
a bit of a pinch point there as they go down to a single file lane there on the exit of the pre-grid, but nevertheless, all the field making their way out. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then for their third and final qualifying heat before KZ2 Masters will be out later on today for their super heats. Don't miss that one. Manuel Cosaglio, who had drama earlier on, dropping down to P6, but finds himself back on pole position with Davide Forte alongside. Antonio Piccioni and Angelo Lombardo go from row number 2. They'll have Andrea Spagni, who has had a relatively tough run on this one as well. Also at DNF, they'll have Christian Howland for company alongside. Alessia Lamartina, who's not finished outside the top 10 yet this weekend, will have Daniel Bray for company alongside. They'll have Fabian Belfuco and Riccardo Nallon on row number 5. Emanuele Simonetti and Fabio Vacca go from row number 6. They'll have Andrea Tonoli and Samuel Gaffner on row 7, with Ludovic Padet and Andre Nicastro rounding out the first half of the field on row number 8.
Part 2 of your lineup on row number 9 includes Sirio Constantini with Patrick Lloydell. From 10, we have Ricardo Malas, who has had a DNF yesterday and a P13, and it's an all-Birrell lineup with Aurelian Ray next to him. From 11, we have Antonello Cifelli with Roberto Pafrico, and from 12 is Mark Valhauser with Mathieu Cochon. 13 looks like Gregory Leder with Sebastian Leder, also the all-Leder lineup, and then 14 we have Emmanuel Villani with Adam Matucci. 15 includes Alfio Messina with Augusto Chi. And rounding out your 16th row of karts, we have Valerio Giambattista alongside Mirko Mizzoni, who was disqualified from qualifying, but has made up 13 positions in both heats so far. Previously, it was a 21-place game, but was given a penalty for a nose cone. So we'll see what Mirko Mizzoni can achieve from the back end of your field, as these drivers just getting that final bit of temperature into karts out there on the circuit before they'll get themselves lined up on the grid.
Indeed, right. Like you say, hottest part of the day so far. We're going to be peaking, I think, around the 35 degrees Celsius, but not only that, it's the humidity that is the real test out there. It is so incredibly hot, and like you say, for these drivers now in this sort of situation where they're going very slowly, the engines are heating up around them, the brake temperatures, the tire temperatures, everything like that, the heat that will be radiating off these machines, especially from the exhaust as well, will be absolutely unbearable while they're sitting there on the grid waiting to go. As soon as they get moving, however, though, that's when they'll start to cool down. There is still that little bit of a breeze in the air for the drivers heading down towards turn number 1. But until they really get going, this will literally just be the hottest part of their race weekend right now, is stood right on that grid. Drivers then getting into formation front of the grid and be waiting a fair while here, because the drivers are still going quite slowly around turn number 9, the final corner on the circuit, which is still quite a run to the line for them. They will be slotting into position very, very soon. Those drivers being, of course, Giambattista, Mirko Mizzoni, Alfonso Menes as well, Augusto Paci as well also. Down there. Looking forward to seeing what Mirko Mizzoni can do. Of course, that DSQ from time qualifying, putting him on the final row of the grid, but it showcased his pace, has been absolutely rapid. He gained a 21-place advantage earlier on today from the back of the grid. What can he do this time around? As the field is lined up, ready to go. The lights procedure starts from Pasquale Lupoli, the race director. Lights are out quickly. We are racing down it towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Davide Forte at the front of the field. He gets away with lightning reactions and has kept everyone else at bay. Cosaglio is there in second place. He's got the TK car machine of Antonio Piccioni right on that rear bumper, that all-yellow livery machine that reminds me of the former Jordan F1 livery, is pushing through nicely. Angelo Lombardo as well has also gained a position in this one. He's up to third place and is trying to close in on the two that are broken away at the front. But look at the start that Davide Forte has had this time around, and crucially, Cosaglio's machine looks like it's got that top-end power back.
Lombardo then, your driver, sat in the Maranello in third position, who was a winner on the road yesterday in the first KZ2 Masters heat. Sat there in third and just pushing away now from the likes of Haublin and Piccionio, who is sat there in fourth and fifth. It is a three-kart breakaway though at the front of your field. Really good stuff to get off the line perfectly by the likes of Foray, Cosaglio and Lombardo, like we just said, sat there in third. No challenges looking like they're on into turn number 3. No, not just yet there. Two drivers in the parallels just following each other around. Ray then having a better start than what we saw, of course, in previous heats. Had that mechanical failure, didn't get to go round, but is sat there now in 6th position, up by 2 places. No major movers in this early stage, but up by 4 places to sit in 12th is Andre Castro, your only Brazilian driver in the field today, now breaking into that top 12.
Indeed, all over the rear bumpers there. Haublin piling on the pressure to Piccioni, but then also this one in the background. You've got the likes of Riccardo Nallon and Fabio Befuco going absolutely nose to tail, as I think there's motion at the front of this field here. Has Piccioni got past Lombardo? I did think maybe that had happened. No, it hasn't happened. That stayed the same. Lombardo's still there in third place. Clear at the front. Just looked like he'd run a little bit wide through turn number 9. This is all kicking off nicely though as well, because they can see Befuca closing in. Daniel Bray holding on to the front of this trio of machinery. As they push their way through in towards turn 4, you can see how close aligned they are. Very similar liveries all the way throughout here. Of course, you've got Daniel Brown, the Mondeo Kart ASD parallel machine. You've got the RS Motorsport driver of Riccardo Nallon. You've got the CL Racing Team driver of Fabio Befuco just behind as well. All very similar liveried machinery as they push their way through. But right now, still in a line astern formation. The green helmet you can see of Daniel Bray still in control of that trio as they make their way in towards turn number 9. And any lunges down the inside there? No, they stay at line astern, and Daniel Bray can continue on his 2-place gain, trying to close in on the drivers in front, but now he's going to be under pressure over the start-finish line at 150 kilometers an hour down the inside. Riccardo Nallon takes it, but Daniel Bray is going to instantly fight back in towards turn number 2, as again at the front here, this driver still line astern, but this fight here is still kicking off, but Daniel Bray holds on to it, and I think now Befuco has got his way through. He has. So it is Befuco now up into 7th place. Riccardo Nallon, Masters European champion, tumbles back down to 8th place, but still is on a 2-place gain. Eyes at the front here. Lombardo has closed in and has got past the likes of Cosaglio and moves up into 2nd place.
There's been no change as we've got drama out there then. That looks a bit further down the order. So that is Manuel Simonetti having to drop down. He was in around about 10th position, finds himself on the grass, but crucially was allowed to carry on, didn't have to jump out to get anything restarted, will be able to hit the tarmac once more. Eyes on the front end of your field. Davide Foray, your race leader, has given himself a 1.3 second gap to Lombardo in 2nd. Cosaglio sat there in 3rd, but it's all closing in now because Haublin is really catching up in that TB kart. Watch him as they head through and into the 2nd sector. They go through turn number 4 where they meet the white line at the curb, get that run down one of the fastest parts of the straights, topping out at around 145 kilometers an hour into turn number 5 where they abruptly stop the kart when they meet the inside of the curb and can pull off attempted moves like that, but it wasn't quite enough down there in the field. I think that's around about where Falco and Nallon are. But here we go then. This is Haublin really trying to hustle as we've got a retirement out there. That's the 407 in the Leclerc having to push down. So that is Spanier having to pull over. And it looks, from the way he's just looked over his shoulder, like a mechanical issue. Will not continue this race. Battle is on though because Haublin is hustling hard for that 3rd position. He wants to break in. Nothing attempted into turn number 3. And he is pulling around the rest of the field behind him. Watch him as they head out of 3, get the run once more. Is he going to be able to attempt something into turn number 5?
Not this time around, but we'll have to wait and see. Davide Foray in control still of this race. Lombardo holding on nicely. Cosaglio, though, under pressure. Like we're saying, Haublin to the inside. Gets that move done, and Piccioni tries to get involved as well. cannot get that TK Kart factory machine down the inside just yet, has to concede the overtake for the time being, but will be able to, I suspect, later on in maybe this lap, or maybe in towards turn 1. You can see they're hugging that inside line as Cosaglio, but is that going to suffer his exit speed down the start-finish straight? He'll have the slipstream in the toe, as well as the Daniel Bray, Bafuco and Nallon battle behind still rages on. Down the inside, Piccioni finds his way through and steps up into P4 now. Is on the defensive as Bray, Bafuca and Nallon all start to close in. Alessio Lamattina there as well. Walking away from his wagon is one of the Birrells there, and I think is might be, yes indeed, we saw his cut grind to a halt at that part of the circuit, and yes, he walks to the safety of the Marshall post there at post 5, but that's a tough weekend of racing for him. That's 2 DNFs at a P5 now for Spagni, and unfortunately that will mean he drops right back in the order for that superheat later on today. Eyes on this, because Cosaglio now has a trio of pretty feisty drivers right behind him now in the form of Bray, Bafuca and Nallon, who are all trying to close in and involve another driver in their fight.
Under pressure now is Cosaglio. After that overtake previously by Piccioni, just looks like he's lost a bit of pace. We saw a similar thing from him in that previous heat as attempted overtakes by Daniel Bray into turn number 1. Doesn't quite get it right as they take each other out into turn number 2.
Oh, that is drama there, because Cosaglio just under braking in towards turn 2. He had the likes of Bray on one side, Bafuco on the other, and unfortunately it's just resulted in that being the slowest spin I think we've ever seen at high speed, but the back end just ever so slowly falling backwards in the order, and that is drama at turn number 2. But the race continues on here as down the inside still action happening in and amongst around that field. Gaffner and Meles still fighting through the field nicely. Mirko Mezzoni, we were talking about him in the early stages of this race, about how he was doing, and still doing a brilliant job. He's up now 17 places in this race as the driver of the 409 machine. Over the line they go. The drivers see the last lap board of this race, and let's see what will happen, because at the moment Davide Forte is leading that intermediate classification with 144 points to his name. The Italian is looking to see if he can come away with a good result. This is the replay at turn 2. Bafuca on the outside, Daniel Bray on that rear bumper. You can see a little bit of moment there, a little bit of contact, and unfortunately round would go Cosaglio, and a little bit of contact there between the two of them. This was the first attempt. This is the moment that caused all of this. The rear view angle just going in. Yeah, again, a little bit of contact just into the braking zone there, and round would go. Cosaglio, yellow flags out. So crucially, all the drivers managing to keep going. Hefty bit of side pod damage there, though, to Daniel Bray. Davide Forte, though, at the front of the field, brand new colours for 2024, but he still sees that same checkered flag across the line. It is Davide Forte across the line in P1, and he will claim 25 championship points going into the superheats later on today. Davide Forte claims it with 144 points to his name. Lombardo will finish second on track and second in the points. Haublin in third, will step up to third in the points as well with 123. They will be 1, 2, 3 going into that superheat later on today. Antonio Piccioni finishing in P4 ahead of Fabio Bafuco. Riccardo Nallon steps up to P6 ahead of Alessio Lamattina. Daniel Bray and Manuel Cosaglio finishing in 8th and 9th place ahead of Andrea Nicastro and Andrea Tonoli in P11. Gaffner finishes in P12 ahead of Riccardo Meles. And then it is Ludovic Padet from Mirko Mezzoni, 17 places gained to finish in P15. Constantini from Matudi finishing in 17th place with an 11th place gain on there for the Frenchman. Certainly a very strong drive. Fabio Vacca finishing in 18th place ahead of Robert Profico. Patrick Loydal from Aurelian Ray. Mathieu Cochin finishing in 22nd place. Gregory Ledard from Antonello Cifelli in 24th place. Mark Volhauser from Alfonso Manessa Emanuele Villani finishing in 27th place from Emanuele Simonetti. Then it is Augusto Pacci from Valerio Giambattista, who rounds out the 30 kart field. Andrea Spagni, unfortunately, retiring. The only retirement from the race, in the non-starter, Sebastian Ladar, who we have not seen out on track in that one. Well, drama then for those mid-runners there, and still looking at the top 5, but from a lights to flag, front row grid, lightning start for the now Praga Racing IPK driver, Davide Fore, at the beginning of that one. Brilliant reactions and going away with a race win. Watch him off the line here, just gets the drive down off the line. You could say he's probably gifted that one a little bit with the non-pole side being on the racing line there, down in towards turn number 1. You can imagine a little bit more rubber being planted down. But Cosiglio just not getting the reaction off the line, and instantly came under pressure from Antonio Piccioni and Angelo Lombardo, who would all fight for position. You can see Lombardo just losing out as well in one place, dropping down to P4 right at the start of that one. It would later be under pressure from Christian Halblin on that TB kart machine as well, fighting for position. This was the battles right at the beginning of the race, the early stages. The 3 drivers, Riccardo Nallon diving down the inside of Daniel Bray. Befuco trying to get involved in that one. The retirement right at the start of that one. Andrea Spagni, of course, another DNF for him from the 3rd row of the grid. Qualifying was superb, putting it on the 3rd row of the grid. Unfortunately, the qualifying heats not so similar. Down the inside, this was Halblin getting the moves done in the early stages on Cosiglio. Lombardo also got that move done in the early stages of that race as well. Piccioni later on getting the move done down in towards turn number 1. You can see this under braking here, beautifully committed move there through turn number 1. As unfortunately there, Andrea Spagni out of the race and going no further in this one. This dramatic moment for Cosiglio. You can see Befuco on the outside, Daniel Bray in the back, and unfortunately resulting in contact at turn number 2. Round would go the Italian, making contact with the driver from New Zealand. This was the first initial moment. He tried to look down the inside at turn number 1. Then again at turn 2, you can see he cuts across the front of Bray and just unfortunately gets caught out, and both of them having a moment there, and that did mean that Riccardo Nallon and Alessio Lamattina were both able to get through with the checker flag going out very comfortably for Davide Fore, the Italian. 6/10 clear from the rest of the field. Will start on pole position for that superheat later on today. Let's head down though to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, I have Davide Fore with us, who, like you just said, Anthony, is your race winner and your pole sitter for the superheat later on. Davide, you've come to this competition this weekend. You've shown us, what we see from you all the time: pace, power. Feeling good?
Yeah, honestly, all the week I was very, very good, very fast. It's not simple because the temperature is very hot, and to manage everything, also the physics, the drink, everything is not so simple. To be focused is not easy. But anyway, the team is doing a great job. They are giving me everything. I'm trying to do my best. Of course, Lombardo is very fast too. The competitors are there, so we need to see what's going on for tomorrow. But anyway, until now, all the practice is gone and everything. The race, I'm very proud, very satisfied. The team is doing very good. At 51 years old, for me, I think is fantastic performance, honestly. Yes, thank you.
Well, I think, Davide, anybody would agree with that. And can you tell me, as somebody with your experience, you just said the concentration is hard to keep with the conditions out there. How are you actually managing that? What do you do to make sure that you stay focused despite it being absolutely scorching?
Well, honestly, also for me, it's not so easy. I try to cool down myself. Of course, maybe when I was young, it was a little bit more easy. But of course, I have a good experience on my side, but still very difficult. Sometimes I'm still doing mistakes. So honestly, I win a lot of races, but believe me, the mistake is always there near to to be near to me, so I need to be calm and focus, and then we'll see. Also, the other are very quick, so the smartest and the quickest will win, of course.
Well, Davide, thank you very much. Whistle has blown, then more karts have gone out. We'll head back up into the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland, down there with Davide Fore. I could chat to him for hours, I could, for Davide Fore, but we'll see him out later on today. He'll be starting on pole position for that superheat. But now we'll turn our attention to KZ, qualifying Heat 3. This will determine where these drivers will start for their superheat later on today as well, as we look forward to seeing this one. Can anyone stop the man who starts this one on pole position after 2 wins out of 2? Matteo Spergel once more sees a front row starter alongside Pedro Hiltbrand. Giuseppe Palomba, last year's world champion in this class, starts alongside Daniele Albanese on row number 2. Tom Loulier and Christian Batuka, they go from row number 3. Stefan Wallstein and David Trefeloff, both very similar results to them over the course of this weekend. They start from row number 4. They'll have Emilian Denner on row 5. He did drop back to P12 with Daniel Vasilou, who's got 2 P6s to his name. Victor Gustafsson and Francisco Salenta go from row number 6. Lorenzo Camplese and Martin Kremers go from row 7. They'll have Giorgio Bassoli and Quintin Vieira on row 8. Jean Nomblot needs a good race here. He knows he's making it into the superheat. He knows he's making it into the final. However, 2 DNFs to his name. He wants a good result here to push himself forward as far as he can. But it's been a very tough weekend for the Frenchman so far. The same can be said for the Italian, Lorenzo Camplese, 11th place, and then a DNF. Earlier on, we saw him walking away from his machinery in the final lap of that KZ race earlier on today. But the eyes will still focus on this one. There's Stefan Wallstein just getting the temperature into those tyres here as they make their way round to the pre-grid. So many up and down results here. There has been consistency, though, from a couple of drivers. I mentioned it earlier on. Daniel Vasile, the Romanian, who starts this one on the 5th row of the grid in P10, has consistently gained those places, has finished in P6 in both of his qualifying heats. He is looking to emulate that, maybe even better it in this last qualifying heat before their superheat. The same can be said for Giuseppe Palomba. 3rd place he's starting these races, has had 2 4th place finishes. Yes, you might be thinking, actually, that's backwards. You don't want to be doing that. But the results are still there for him, never outside of the top 5. The same, of course, for Spergel, Hiltbrand and Albanese. Never been outside of the top 5, have the top 4 drivers in this races. They've been consistently at the front and not having too much drama. We saw the starts from these drivers earlier on. Hiltbrand got a good start in the first race earlier on in the weekend. Unfortunately, you didn't see that. We weren't live that day. But Spergel has been better at the starts today. He's going to be the one to really watch on the start of this race as the back of the grid gets formed up, ready to go. Jean Nomblot at the back of the field is hoping for a better result this time around as drivers get their karts into position. The temperature is high, but the tension is higher as the lights procedure starts. Lights are out. We are racing in KZ down in towards turn number 1, and once again it's Spergel with the lightning quick reactions at the beginning there. Gets away well, but this time it's Giuseppe Palomba who also has the lightning reactions and holds there into 2nd place. Where did Pedro Hiltbrand go? I think he dropped to around maybe P4, maybe even lower than that, but I'm not too sure. But right now he's still in a good position as the field exit out of turn number 4 onto the back straight. There's a driver who's not had a good getaway. That would look like the number 12 to me. Well, but I'll try to figure that one out because there's not a 12 out there. But,
Victor Gustafsson.
It was Victor Gustafsson. Yes, indeed it was. And the number 21. There you go. That probably makes more sense. But right, as they head down in towards the next part of that field, crucially, no real breaking away in these early stages. Matteo Spergel still in control, but has got the field right on his rear bumper.
Yeah, question for me then, Anthony, within this race, with all the pushing that Spergel has done this weekend throughout qualifying and his heats, has he maybe pushed too hard? Is this the stage that maybe another driver, the likes of Palomba, who's sat there in his shadow, can maybe give the French 18-year-old a challenge? Pedro Hiltbrand is your driver in 4th, chasing this train of 3 karts in front of him. We saw from him in Valencia The Achilles heel of his weekend was those race starts. We've just seen that once more at the start when the lights went out, dropped those 2 positions. Out of the second sector and down towards turn number 5, will get the kart stopped abruptly when they meet the white line. Spagel now deciding to go defensive. And what does that do? That backs every single person pretty much in the grid into one long train of karts, backing the rest of the pack up. And you know what? This is clever, because that means everybody is going to start to get a little bit too hot as the battle for P2 gets hot, and Palomba now gets shuffled because that allows Pedro Hiltbrand to get through as well. So Batuka and Hiltbrand, the 2 Birrells, have overtaken, and now the Sodi kart, the number 3 of Stella Van Walstein, has overtaken Tom Loyal as we get busy into turn number 1. Van Walstein, though, sticks to that position and does make it work. Into turn number 2, Spagel, clever stuff from him, because that backing the pack up, what's it done? It's given him half a second gap.
Yeah, indeed. And obviously, he pushing them back. They've forced them to go for the overtakes. That's, of course, why Batuka Hiltbrand going through. As soon as that's happened, there's drama in the background. Unfortunately, there, Mayan Kramer's going very slowly and off the circuit is down the inside. That is Batuka giving that one up to Hiltbrand, allowing him through, but unfortunately he's also let Palomba through at the same time. So he's gave a little bit too much room there. And now Daniel Albanese has closed right back in on this fight, so they're going to be vying for position. Now, question is, can Hiltbrand close a 7/10 gap to Matteo Spagel, who's there in the lead? That is something we're going to have to keep an eye on, because they are dancing with purple sectors throughout this one. But the fastest driver on that last lap, it will appear on your screen imminently, I am sure. But it is the Spaniard who's there in second place. The gap is down once more to 0.6 of a second. Pedro Hiltbrand is on his way to close in for the race lead.
Absolutely is, and it's just taken another chunk out of Spagel through sector number 1. Spagel may be under threat within this one, but currently he's just thinking about turn number 5 and thinking about mastering it as the 42 then. That is Marion Kramer's pulling over to the side of the circuit. Probably a technical issue out there for the Tony Kart driver. Eyes and ears back on the front end of your field, though, because Palomba now is under pressure by Batuka. So it is the Maranello versus the Birrell as they head through turn number 9. Out through that bumpy section. This is the part of the circuit that is newer for these drivers. That was introduced in 2024. So actually, that's another challenge of this weekend. The layout, drivers having to develop and work out for themselves how is best to approach the driving parts of the circuit as well as the racing. Nothing attempted just yet by Batuka into turn number 3, still shadowing around Palomba, but Albanese, don't count him out. He had a P2 in his first heat, a P3 in his second, and he's right there now trying to challenge, trying to break into that top 4.
Yeah, indeed, and keeping a close eye on it. No attack just there, down in towards turn number 5. Hiltbrand again, fastest lap of the race, pushing through and keeping a close eye on that one, down to 0.3 of a second. That's going to be the battle we want to watch in a second, I'm sure. But keeping an eye on this one, Palomba holding on nicely to third place. Drivers in the background, Jean Noblant again is on a charge through the field. 6 places gained, but this is again a very similar thing of what happened to him earlier on before disaster struck on that final lap of his second heat. Can that machinery hold itself together for an entire race in this one, as down towards turn number 1. Big moves there in the background. I think Emilian Denner was trying to get a move done on Daniel Vasile through turn number 1. That was just off camera, but still fights happening all the way throughout to Hiltbrand again. Fastest lap of the race here, Nicole. The gap closing quicker and quicker as they head down the back straight in towards turn number 5. You can see how much the wind has picked up. Defensive line there for Spagel, unneeded at that point, I would think. Hiltbrand still not that close, but a much tighter line there for Spagel. Has now put Hiltbrand right in the target zone.
Hiltbrand then, you can tell by the way he's driving, has found that extra bit of pace, really has got some fire in there, and now the gap is 0.272 of a second. Has gained time through that final corner then, and now it's under 0.2. Watch them as they go through turn number 2. Hiltbrand once more taking a slightly wider entry compared to Spagel, who's just tightening things up. But what's that done? That's invited him. That's going to open the door to Hiltbrand, who is visibly, and he's miles quicker, I would say, through this, Anthony. That defensive line that Spagel is doing, he's sacrificing a lot of pace.
He's lost a lot of time, though, out of turn number 4. Miles back now is Hilbrand. He's going to try and bring this one back through. Spagel's opened up the gap once more, and that just shows how quickly it can all change in the KZ class. And it looked like Palomba might have been closer to Hilbrand than he was to Spagel. That just shows how quickly it can go backwards and forwards in this class.
With the shifting of the gears, adding that into the mixture, you know, getting that fractionally wrong, slightly, you know, a tenth too late or too early, that can be what determines a gap like that being opened up.
Yeah, indeed. So it's really a fine-tuning thing is driving these things. Right. We'll keep a close eye on it because, well, they have still closed in once more, still 0.3 of a second. Palomba, though, is under increasing pressure from Christian Batuca just behind. Now, he gave that position up earlier on to his teammate Hilbrand to go and close in that gap to Spurgel. He has done that and done it again. Going to the outside here, he's going to try and go for the switch over here, but no, just runs wide on the exit, cannot get the power down on that outer line there through turn number 5, and will have to once more try and close that gap. It's gone back to around 0.4 of a second. Spagel just holding that tighter line is kind of forcing Hilbrand to the outside, thinking that it'll get the power down on the exit of the corner, but then just doesn't find the traction. Over the start-finish line they go. Still, Spagel, Hilbrand, Palomba and Batuca, but Christian Batuca still piling on at that pressure down in towards turn number 2 on this final lap. They've dropped Daniel Albanese. He is there in P5. He is waiting for something to happen, but here now Hilbrand once more is re-attacking and is back on that rear bumper. He has tried to go around the outside into this turn 5 hairpin, but it's not worked out for him. What's he going to do? He's going to do the same this time around. Is he going to get a better exit this time? Yes, he does get a better exit, and now he might have a challenge into that final corner if he can get it done. Now, this overtake would not help him out, but it would certainly pile on the pressure to Spagel, knowing that he's not going to win every single race over the course of this weekend, because Spagel is looking for another chunk of championship points. He wants to keep Hilbrand at bay, and he's going to take away those championship points. It's side by side across the line, but Spagel will take it. A superb drive for Matteo Spagel. 150 points to his name. That is 3 wins out of 3. He will claim 25 championship points, and he will go into that superheat later on today on pole position once more ahead of Pedro Hilbrand, who at the end of that one finishes just 0.03 of a second alongside Matteo Spagel. Giuseppe Palomba holds on to 3rd and holds on to 4th in the intermediate classification. Daniel Albanese with that P5 does hold on to 3rd in the points and will still start 3rd place for those superheats later on today. There is a look at your results. Spagel taking the win ahead of Hilbrand, Palomba from Batuca, Albanese from Trefilov, Luye from Van Walstein, Denner from Vasile, Jean Leblanc, good run in that one with an 11th place finish. A very strong result, his best result of the weekend for the Frenchman. That kart helping himself out massively there to finish in P11. 12th place is Francesco Salenta. You have Victor Gustafsson, who had drama at the start of that race, recovering back to 13th. Lorenzo Camplese and Giorgio Bassoli, Quinton Vayora, and the only retirement, Mayan Kramer's, unfortunately, on that Tony Cup racing machine, not making it to the end. Well, KZ are done and dusted for now until their superheat later on today. Make sure you don't miss out on that one. Those superheats will be starting later on today at local time here at 10 to 3 local time for KZ2 Masters, then at 3:30 for the KZ Superheat. So let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Watch the lightning reactions here from the word go from Matteo Spagel. Once again, controlling the start of these races, looking but not staring at those lights. They do go out quickly. They're not held for long right at the beginning, and Pasquale Lupoli looking to catch out 1 or 2 drivers out there on those lights, but professionals all the way through ever and just getting the reaction off the line for Spurgel. There was the driver at the start for Victor Gustafsson. The driver of the number 21 machine, unfortunately, through the chicane, I think just having a little bit of bother. The same can be said there right at the start for Mayan Kramers, who unfortunately later did retire from the race. Looking down, and I think he knew he had a drama. In fact, actually, I think he had a flat tyre there, which is the reason why he'd gone off the circuit. So a rear puncture, I think, for the likes of Mayan Kramers, which unfortunately forces a retirement. All the way to the line, though, very close fight. Spurgel takes it, though, ahead of Pedro Hilbrand at 0.03 of a second. Photo finish across the line, showcasing what we can expect later on today in those superheats, and of course, that all-important final that you will be able to watch tomorrow on Sunday. But there's superheats coming up later on today, so don't go anywhere. Plenty more races coming up as well. We're done with KZ2 and KZ2 Masters with KZ as well. But it is KZ2 qualifying heat A versus D. That is the next race coming out onto the track, and then it will be qualifying heat B versus C before we go into the main lunch break here today, before we go into the last two races of the day, which will be, of course, those super heats. We'll be hearing very shortly, I'm sure, from Nicole Sutherland, who is at this moment running all the way down to Parc Fermé to be chatting to, I can imagine, our man Matteo Spurgel, who is now, I believe, ready. So let's head down to Parc Fermé. Nicole Sutherland, over to you.
Well, I've made the run down here then to catch up with Matteo. Matteo, 3 from 3 this weekend. You know, you've been unstoppable so far. It must feel great.
Yeah, we're really happy for the moment. We have the speed, we have the pace. So, yeah, free to win. We just have to continue to work, stay focused, and just to finish the job.
And looking forward to the next race, you know, the start. For you, would you say that's one of the most important things? We really see you like bolt off at the start. Is that going to come into your hands again going into superheats?
Yeah, I hope, but yeah, of course it will be difficult. It will be 12 laps, so, and we know that Pedro is really fast also, so yeah, we just don't have to give up, and yeah, it will be okay.
Matteo, with the heat out there, can I ask you a question about like the technical aspects of the karts? The pressure on the engine, especially with the temperature, are you seeing any change in performance at all?
Honestly, the only thing that is really important is just to manage the tires. With this heat, of course, it's really important, but yeah, that's all.
Well, great to catch up with you and great results so far. We'll head back up then for our next heats because we'll turn our attention back to our KZ2s.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, KZ2 qualifying heat A versus D is the next one to head out onto the circuit. And again, looking forward to this one because, well, we've got man who's currently leading the intermediate classification and the championship standings in this one, Maxim Orlov, who will be on the front row of the grid for this one alongside the pole sitter from qualifying, Corentin Rousseau. But as you see from that picture, they have switched sides. So Corentin Rousseau has voted to go for the outside line going in towards turn number 1. But you might be thinking, yes, okay, that could work if you do a rolling start situation. But, however, this is a standing start situation, so it's all again about how well you get off the line. But if he gets off the line well alongside Orlov, he'll have, of course, that rubbered-in line at the start-finish line. That might be the reason why he's done that. So, of course, the pole sitter has got the choice of choosing to switch sides if they announce it officially with the pre-grid officer. That is eligible to do. And there you can see Corentin Rousseau now will be starting on effectively P2, but still on the front row of the grid. So interesting tactic here. Let's see if it pays off for the Frenchman, who is yet to take a qualifying heat win over the course of this weekend, but still never been outside the top 5, a P2 and a P4 for Corentin Rousseau. Let's see what he can do, but he's got the work cut out for him. Like you say, Maxim Orlov, 2 wins out of 2, is looking for his 3rd and is looking to start on pole position for the super heats tomorrow on Sunday for KZ2. The second row of the grid as well, also never been outside of the top 5. Maximilian Schleimer, P4 and a P2 for the German driver. Yanis Avico of Spain as well, constantly with those 2 P4s out on circuit. Have been very, very competitive in their results, and we look forward to seeing what they can do in this one as engines fire up. Drivers will very slowly make their way out onto the circuit. There goes Eli Goldstein, who also did take a qualifying heat win earlier on from the 4th row of the grid. So keep an eye on the young Belgian, who unfortunately was DSQ'd in his first race in the weekend on Friday. Drivers make their way out. Let's take you through that full starting lineup then. It is Corentin Rousseau and Maxim Orlov on row number 1, but choosing to switch sides of the grid. Maximilian Schleimer and Yanis Avico go from row 2 with Matis Pruz and Joel Valtonen on row number 3. Row 4 sees Eli Goldstein. Like I say, a win earlier on puts Goldstein in a really strong spot here. He'll be starting alongside Tom Dussel on row number 4. Jaden Teen and Maddox Scriban go from row 5 with Pavo Tiontieri and Samuel Luye on row number 6. Jean Luye and Capricieux will round out the first half of the field on row number 7.
Part 2 of your grid includes Michael Paparo and Kimi Tani on row number 8. 9 looks like Andrea Dale with Alejandro Layoff, and row number 10 is Jay Owen of New Zealand with Emmanuel Mai of Germany. 11 is Eric Holm with Andrea Pivano, and 12 includes Alessandro Zolocco with Alec Muller. Your penultimate row of the field includes Menny Crozet with Andrea Antonello, and rounding out your 14-row grid of 28 karts, we have Eduardo Mormorelli of Italy and Ruven Wilk of Germany.
Again, I'll keep a very close eye on this field because, like I say, 2 races down for these drivers. 1 more to go before a very busy day tomorrow as well. There is our FIA race director, Pasquale Lupoli, who is, I'm sure, trying to keep us hydrated as much as he possibly can, the same as everyone else out there. It is very, very hot in all parts of the circuit here, and with the wind, like I say, picking up and then calming down, when it calms down, trust me, that heat really kicks in.
Well, Davide Fore said in his driver interview, it's so hard to stay concentrated in these kind of conditions, in this temperature. I can't imagine how hot it actually must be for those drivers with those helmets on, balaclavas on, as well as all of their protective gear, the likes of rib protectors, and if they decide to wear those fireproofs underneath as well.
Yeah, indeed. But for all these drivers here, it's a case of getting through this last race of the day, and then it's a long wait until their superheats and finals tomorrow. There you can see just pulling into position there some of the Mach 1 drivers out onto the circuit. Great to see the Mach 1 team here really pushing in. Emmanuel Mai, one of those in the 352 machine, just heading into his position. The same can be said for Ruven Wilk as well. He'll be starting this one on the back row of the field in P28, but still part of the Mach 1 team. Great to see them racing here this weekend with the field. But let's see what happens then as the field very slowly make their way to their grid slots. This is going to be a really important one here. Corentin Rousseau, I mentioned it earlier on, of course, the start of these races, it always seems to look like the even side of the grid gets the better run off the line, purely because they're on the racing line. The rubber is there on that one. If you're on the pole side, P1, it's the dirty part of the track, effectively. Not many runners go on that part, which means the starts are a little bit tricky. So for Corentin Rousseau, now he's switched sides of the grid. This might be a genius move for him, and actually might be a similar story that we could see in the next couple of races if this works out for him. Of course, Maxim Orlov has been absolutely nailing the starts of these races, so he's going to be one to really keep an eye on. Can he nail it from the pole side? And for him as well, tomorrow he'll be starting on pole position if he wins this race or still has a really good result. It's going to be a good test for him to see if he can actually get it off the line quickly on this side of the circuit. Right then, back of the grid gets formed up. We are ready to go racing then in KZ2. Qualifying heat A versus D. The lights procedure gets underway with 3 red lights, 4 red lights, lights are out, we're racing in KZ2 down and towards turn number 1, and once again it is a good start for Maxim Orlov, but there's drama at turn number 1 and 2 karts into the barriers. 1 is going to be out, 1 continues to go, but that's drama at the beginning.
Is that Schleimer?
That's a heavy hit into the wall. I will figure out who those drivers are off at turn number 1 in a moment. I think it might be, I think Schleimer and Yanis Avico, it was the drivers from the second row of the grid, both of them off the circuit, but unfortunately it's the Sony kart of Maximilian Schleimer who is walking away from his machine, thankfully okay, but out of the race.
That was some heavy, heavy impact after turn number 1, and like we said, Schleimer walking away. Good to see that he's okay, because that was a big crash. Let's focus once more though on the front end of your field, because again it is Orlov that leads the way, but don't count out your driver in second, who actually I would say is looking strong. Russo decided obviously to switch that side of the grid. It didn't work for him at that race start, but he is right there. Don't count him out. It's less than 2 tenths heading out of turn number 2. Valtonen, a good start by Juho Valtonen, up by 3 places. So actually all of these drivers within that top 10 have capitalized off of that big incident at turn number 1 with Maximilian Schleimer, and it's actually helped them as we've got retirements out there on the track. Then guessing that would have been from that incident at turn number 1.
Yeah.
Savico then, who was involved with Schleimer, out. Busy stuff on the back of the end of our field, and this is Ellie Goldstein now trying to hustle Jaden Teen. This was your race start though, so Orlov gets off the line. So Schleimer is on that inside line next to, and so it's 3 abreast really into turn number 1, collision, and Schleimer then is actually just a bit of a passenger in this. Nothing he really could have done differently. He caught the front end of his kart, NASO panel went off and off into the barriers, but like you can see, the impact on that side, the left-hand side of the kart, quite heavy.
Yeah, so it's Matis Proves on the outside, and that unfortunately just sandwiched the 2 of them into that apex curve, but of course it's absolutely flat out there, so they're keeping it fully pinned and committed, and unfortunately they just ran out of track on that inside, and when the tyres like that collide at a very high speed, unfortunately they end in disaster. Well, Maxim Orlov now, who's clear by 0.6 of a second at the front of this field, is looking for a perfect score here, Nicole, continuing his trend of championship points. He will be undefeated so far this season, with maximum championship points going to him still at this point. But again, we'll have to wait and see as Corentin Rousseau still holds on to second place. Eyes on this one though, across the start-finish line, down the inside, Goldstein going for the move, and Tom Dussel gets it done. And now look at this, Tom Dussel losing out on loads of speed, and now it's Paolo Tontere and Sam Loulier who push their way through nicely. That's an incredible drive for them round the outside. That was a bit of, I think, Spa-esque moments there that we were seeing with 2 karts going either side of a slower driver. But brilliant stuff. But for Tom Dussel, I say he's not going to be too happy with that one at all.
Wheel-to-wheel combat between our KZ2s heading into turn number 5 as well. We've got the likes of Jaden Teen getting all involved, and he really benefited actually from that move made by Ellie Goldstein. There you can see just leading the way of the pack behind, the likes of Tontere, Loulier and Dussel in there as well. So this is the point in the weekend then, Anthony, that these drivers are going to start trading paint with each other, because it's the final moments before this overheats. Every point is going to count. Teen then looks over his shoulder as he exits that final turn into turn number 1, and just tightening things up slightly to cover from Tontere behind him into turn number 2, and once again just closes that door to the field behind. Driver out there on the circuit that is your fastest man is Marek Scriven with a 58.537. Scriven slightly further behind Juho Valtonen, sat there in 4th. There's a question mark around whether he can catch up and break into that top 3. Challenge going on then into turn number 5. That's further down your order between the likes of Tontere and Loulier getting involved once more as well. That incident at the start then, Anthony, it did involve Matisz Prusz, has continued to go round the circuit and is plucking off some positions once more, now just outside of that top 20. So actually no heavy damage put down on Prusa's kart.
Yeah, indeed. Team leading the way then from Tontieri as they make their way through over the start-finish line. And you can see here just pulling out of that slipstream comes the way of Sarno pushing his way forward as well. As you can see, everyone just trying to get involved in this fight. This is the Skrivan-Valtonen battle for P3 right now. Matic Skrivan on that IPK factory machinery are looking very, very strong, but still not able to get a move done at one of the corners. Big check over the shoulder for both of them. Heavy on the brakes there as both of them take a wider entry line in towards turn number 5. No defensive postures from either Valtonen or Skrivan, so they stay line astern as Maxim Orlov with that fastest lap of the race here. Nikol's just continuing to break away, and it's seemingly like no one is going to be able to catch him.
I think there's one word that you can say Orlov has brought to 2025, and that's precision. Every single lap, you don't ever see him make any mistakes. He's not put off by the pressure, by any twitches of the track, any bump curve. He perfects the whole thing, and he's out there with over a second and a half lead of the rest of the field. He just can't be touched this year so far. Such impressive stuff by the Soviet.
Yeah, it certainly is. And again, continuing to do that. Another fastest lap of the race and pushing his way through nicely in this order. Still, though, I will keep an eye on the rest of the drivers because there is some drama out there.
Zalocco.
Yeah, that is Zalocco's out of the race, but there's more drama off at turn number 4 because there's another kart that's just pulled in behind him. I think Eduardo Mormorelli may have had a moment out there as one of the Sodi karts walking away and not very happy at all. I think that might be Eric Holm in the 330, no, it's the 339 machine that has come to the stop. That is Tom Dussel. Unfortunately for him, he had the drama at turn number 1 where he had 2 karts around the side of him, and now he finds himself broken at the side of the circuit. Tom Dussel goes no further. That is a big, big shame there for the Frenchman. But the race must go on, and that race is nearly coming to its conclusion as the drivers are making their way onto lap number 8 now. The end of this race will be quite an interesting one as Orlov continues to break away. 1.5, 1.6 seconds clear now from the rest of the field. So we'll keep a close eye on this one. But Skrivan has now got the overtake done on Valtonen. That has now changed. So Skrivan now into 3rd place, is up 7 places now, and well, has run out of time really to put any pressure on Corentin Rousseau in 2nd place, but still finds himself in a really good position. Now with that overtake, that does help him out a little bit in the points. And I think that might affect his where he'll position himself in those points, but I think he's still 5 points behind the likes of Jori Valtonen in that 110 for Valtonen, currently 3rd in the points from 105 points from Matic Skrivan. As they go across the line, last lap board is out for the field, and it is still Orlov who leads the way from Corentin Rousseau, Skrivan and Valtonen as we maintain eyes on that fight. The large trains all forming throughout the field here. The battle for 6th and 7th place downwards still heating up. Saint-Louis, Jaden Teen, Jean-Louis Kimitani, Paolo Tontieri, Michael Paparo, all in a very close fight further down in the field. But like we were saying earlier on, the question mark looms over this man, Maxim Orlov. Can anyone beat him? Dominance in Valencia, continuing that dominant performance here in Sarno in the south of Italy. It will be the driver for CPB Sport, Maxim Orlov, seeing the checker flag once again. 3 out of 3 for Orlov. He wins in fine fashion. He will secure 25 championship points, and he will secure pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow. But the fight is not done just yet for those pole positions, because it's still on for who will take pole position in Superheat 2 tomorrow. Corentin Rousseau, with 2nd in that race, has 126 points to his name. But for Marcus Kayak, who has had a win and a 3rd, could be a driver to take that away. Marcus Kayak currently sits 9th in the points with 91 points to his name. The fight is on for pole position in Superheat 2, but the fight is over for pole in Superheat 1. It heads to Maxim Orlov with those 25 championship points. There's a look at your full results. Corentin Rousseau from Matic Skrivan Jörg Valtonen from Eli Goldstein, Samuel Luye from Jaden Teen, Jean Luye from Kimi Tani, Paolo Tiontieri from Michael Paparo, Alejandro Leoth from Andrea Del, Jay Irwin from the likes of Capricius, Eric Holm of Sweden from Andrea Pirovano, Matis Kruj from Menihat Krosner, Emmanuel Mai from Eric Müller, Ruben Vilk from Andrea Antonello, then the retirements, Tom Dussel, Alessandro Zalocco, Eduardo Mormorelli, Maximilian Schleimer and Yanis Avico, unfortunately not making it to the end of that race. The drivers on the second row of the grid, unfortunately colliding with Matis Kruj right at the start. 3 into 1 don't go, and unfortunately for those 3 drivers, they find themselves right out of contention in that race. Matis Kruj continued to go in that race, but finishing in P18. For Maxim Orlov, seemingly unaware of that incident at the start, takes a 3rd win of the weekend. Maximum points for him, and he could be comfortable going into tomorrow. Here's a look at the highlights, and watch them again. So they switch sides of the grid. Corentin Rousseau trying to go for that clean part of the circuit. Did not happen at the front, but eyes on this one as they head down in towards turn number 1. Watch the second row of the grid. Schleimer, Savico and Prus. 3 wide going in towards turn number 1. You can see how good the start there was for Prus. Goes right to the outside, sandwiches Yanis Avico in the middle. Unfortunately, running out of room. Heavy contact into the barriers, but that is a shaky start for those drivers and a heavy hit into the wall. That is a big shame for them. Race continuing, of course, all the way to the end of that one. For Corentin Rousseau, he was not able to close in to the likes of Maxim Orlov. They would stay first and second throughout that one. You still see the angles from that moment at the start of the race. Another driver who kind of snuck through the field a little bit in that one, Eli Goldstein again with those little overtakes down the inside. Wheel-to-wheel moment here with Tom Dussel. Now you saw this dramatic moment, both the CRG and the fellow Sony going absolutely on the outside. One to the left, one to the right. Both of them going for the place. Beautiful bit of driving there for the 2 drivers, but like I say, finding themselves up in position. But for Tom Dussel, who unfortunately dropped out of contention in that one, a retirement later on in the race, seeing him broken at the start of the circuit, not the result he will have wanted. To the checker flag though, Maxim Orlov continues that winning streak. No one at this moment can catch him. But of course, those superheats tomorrow might be a different story. A new day for KZ2s later on in the weekend before their finals as well. But that is all they wrote for Groups A and D for today. Let's head down to Parc Ferme as Nicole Sutherland is down there with our race winner.
Yes, I am. I have Maxim Orlov with me then. Maxim, you've just done exactly what Matteo Spagel did. You've replicated the result, a clean sweep so far this weekend, adding to your tally of wins in 2025. Tell us, Maxim, how are you pulling this off?
Yeah, it feels good. We managed to win every hit. Yeah, a bit unlucky was in the quali because I don't have any extra lap, so that's why probably I was P2 in quali. But yeah, in hits we show everybody our pace is so strong. Yeah. So yeah, I'm so happy about our result with the team, so yeah, thanks.
And Maxim, tell me about the circuit. It looks like a bumpy one, it's fast. Can you tell me how you approach it to really make sure that when you're in the lead, you don't sacrifice any pace, you don't make any mistakes?
But actually, I don't know, like before the racing, we have a lot of training, a lot of sessions, a lot of preparation, so yeah, we're circulating the laps, and yeah, in the race we show the maximum of our pace, and yeah, that's all I think.
And although you've been as quick as you have been throughout the whole weekend and throughout the whole season, going into superheats tomorrow, are you going to change anything at all, or are you going to be consistent and do exactly what you have been?
Actually, no, we will do the same like in the hits. Yeah, strong start and yeah, finish P1. I hope so. Yeah, let's see how it will be.
Well, we'll see how it plays out for you then, Maxim. Well done on today's results. But it doesn't stop there, because we've got another group of KZ2s coming up now.
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there in Parc Ferme. Yes, indeed, one more race to go. Of course, for the grid, that will be Groups B versus C heading out onto the track next. And the question mark is on. Marcus Kayak, can he get that pole position for Superheat 2? That is the question we are going to ask on this one, with that win and a third place earlier on. Can he change that into another win here as he starts it on pole position? Crucially, he has chosen not to switch sides of the grid. What we saw in that first one, he has stayed on his pole position side to see what he can do. The same could be said for Samuele Leopardi here. 2 third places is in for a chance of taking the spot on this one. But we'll have to just wait and see what happens because, like I say, tension is on. Kayak with the good starts earlier on in these races is going to be one to really keep an eye on. Casper Schormans as well and Dion van Verven, they have had the up and downs. Dion van Verven, of course, he had that jump start earlier on. Did the driver from the Netherlands. That put him down to 13th place in the results after winning on track. If you remember that race, it was quite a feisty battle all the way to the end, but we will wait and see what happens because the engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit, and we'll quickly fire you through that full starting lineup for the last race before the lunch break and the superheats later on for KZ2 Masters and KZ. It is KZ2 qualifying heat B versus C, with Marcus Kayak and Samuele Leopardi on the front row of the grid. Casper Schormans and Dion van Verven go from row number 2. Dominic Simic and Alessio Pacini. Oh, what can we say about the Italian? He had a non-start in his first race, a DNF in his second from the 3rd row of the grid. Can he get a result on the board? Tigran Manatian and Arthur Pillane, they go from row 4. Timo Youngling seemingly with a better result in his second race after a DSQ in his first race in the weekend. He starts alongside Noah Wolf, giving us an all-British row number 5. Leonardo Bonomo and Lewis Speck go from row 6. They'll have Anatoly Kavalkin and Kian Fardin on row 7. Jiri Pacheka and Matti Rittinen go from row number 8. Jesper Sjöberg and Achille Mattioni round out row number 9. They will have Zoe Florescu and Jensen Graham on row 10. Federico Albanese and Alvat Timotvara go from row number 11. They'll have Nicola Imparato and Cedric Malk on row 12. Nicola Rossini and Eric Vess go from row 13 with Eric Inaki and Hugo Besson, who round out the 28-car field. We are going to have an exciting one in this one. Nicole Sutherland joining me back in the box. Nicole, it is warm out there, but what can we expect to see in this race?
Well, I think we're going to see a little bit of a change-up at the front end of your field because we've got a fair few drivers out there, especially in your front end of your order, that have changed tyres, have put new boots on. The likes of Dion van Verven, he's got new front left and rear left. We've got Fardin, he's got a new front a new rear left as well. Leopardi has put a new tyre on. Speck has decided to put a new boot on. So that's going to throw a bit of a spanner in the works, I think, because you're going to have some drivers out there in the front end of your field who are going to be benefited from different grip levels now as well. So keep your eye on that. That's a story that I think is going to play into the hands of some of the drivers out there, especially the likes of Van Verven, who's starting on that second row.
Indeed. A beautiful backdrop here at the Sarno circuit. The cliffs off in the distance, the palm trees that surround the paddock area. It's a beautiful part of Italy as the field make their way through that bottom section of the circuit. Of course, this circuit a lot longer around in previous years. I know speaking to some drivers when they were racing here back in 2013, I believe it was, they were using the full circuit, which goes all the way down the other end of the venue. They were saying in the gearbox categories they were topping out at something like 175 kilometers an hour, which is absolutely dizzyingly fast speeds around this circuit. Unfortunately, because they've cut off the circuit a little bit and they're taking the turn 5 hairpin, they don't get to reach those speeds here right now this year, but still reaching dizzyingly high speeds of around 150 kilometers an hour. Very, very quick moments out there on the circuit. Judge of fact out there as well, keeping an eye on all the proceedings alongside the likes of our race directors, Pasquale Lupoli, and of course Nigel Edwards, who is also out there keeping an eye on the proceedings as the field makes their way for the final time before the lunch break to the starting grid. Last few chances to get temperature into those tyres. Marcus Kayak pulls into his P1 slot at the front of the field. Samuele Leopardi joins him alongside but they will have a bit of time to wait here, which means the engine temps, the tyre temps, the brake temps will all start to gently cool down as they sit there on the grid. But this is where the drivers really start to feel the temperature of those engines, the exhaust and everything around them as they sit in that hot tarmac low to the ground with the air temperatures now 34 degrees Celsius out there. It's the hottest it's been so far today here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in Sarno. We are ready to go racing for the last KZ2 race. Who will start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow? We are about to find out. Could it be Marcus Kayak? Could it be Samuele Leopardi? But we're about to find out as the lights procedure starts. 1, 2, 3, 4 red lights. Lights are out. We're racing in KZ2 down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Samuele Leopardi this time around. It is the outside line that gets the whole shot in towards turn 1. As they head in towards turn number 2, Samuele Leopardi holds on to this one. Kayak on the outside. They will fight through. Two of the CPB Sport drivers going absolutely wheel to wheel. Casper Schormans and Dion van Verven fighting for position. The same can be said for Dominic Simek. There is drama at turn number 3 though. 2 karts going straight off the circuit. Unfortunately, one of the Birrells is one of them. That is Jesper Sjöberg of Sweden. And then also it's Nicola Rossini again, the Italian, not making it to the end of a qualifying heat.
Leopardi and Kayak then pulling away from the rest of the grid, but Kayak is definitely trying to challenge the Birrell ahead of him. They head through the twisty, tight section down towards turn number 9, and Kayak taking a slightly tighter line then. Leopardi will get the rev off of the engine as they exit and down onto the start-finish straight, completing the first lap of the final KZ2 heat of today. Into turn number 1, no change, no challenge on that front row, but don't count out Casper Schormans, sat there in 3rd, because if the front 2 start battling, which they look like they're now trying to hold each other up, Schormans will be right there in the fight, and he's pulling around Dion van Verven and Pacini in the fight as well. Schormans had that penalty after the final in Valencia, so I'm sure he's come here to Italy with a fire in his belly. Looks over his shoulder to Van Verven behind him, who points, push, go ahead. Let's not forget Van Verven has got those new boots on. He's going to be benefited from that extra grip, so he's going to want to work with Schormans as they push ahead. There they go. They're your front 2. Kayak hustling hard. Leopardi through turn number 8 and down towards turn number 9 once more.
To give an indication of how hot it is out there, just pay very close attention to Marcus Kayak's wagon here. Not 1, but 2 radiators on board. He's got a smaller one next to the engine as well, showcasing how hot it is out there. And again, they're just trying to keep these engine temps as low as they possibly can. But like you say, with temperatures now at 34 degrees, it is incredibly, incredibly hot for these drivers. Keeping a close eye on it though, as they head in towards the likes of turn number 3, you can see how much he's able to close in on Leopardi. He's not managed to break away as Anatoly Kavalkin sets the fastest lap of the race. Is currently in P11 right now. It's keeping everyone nice and bunched in. Look at the train that we've got here.
A different setup from the KZ2 heat that we saw previously, where Orlov ran away. Now it really is a battle between about 10 karts. Challengers almost attempted then for that 4th position, but no change just yet. And now it really is a snake of karts that head out of sector number 2, and definitely bringing the rest of the field into things. Arthur Poulain has arrived. Timo Youngling is knocking on the door, and now Noah Wolf sat there in 9th position. A name we've not said too much about this weekend after some drama yesterday is in the fight as well, as we've got a challenge into turn number 1. Kayak then goes down the inside of Leopardi, hits that fastest bit of the corner, isn't challenged through turn number 2. Leopardi has to concede the position, and now we've got Schormans getting in the fight as well. Did look like he was going to capitalise off of that, but loses a bit of pace. Van Verven still sat in there. Pacini right on the tail as well. This Anthony Jordan is going to be a wheel-to-wheel fight till the end.
Oh, it certainly will be. And for Marcus Kayak, he is doing one thing and one thing only, and that is securing pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. Now, in 2nd place, he still had that. But for the likes of Samuele Leopardi, he needed to push through nicely. Now, Leopardi's gone down to 2nd place. That brings Corentin Rousseau back to 3rd in the intermediate classification. So he needs to get back past Kayak, and he needs Kayak to drop down to around 3rd or 4th place if he wants pole position for Superheat 2. But that is going to be easier said than done, because right now Kayak is breaking away at the front, but not for much longer. Wheel to wheel across the line, down the inside. And it's a huge lunge to the inside, but unfortunately for Lewis Beck, it's not worked out for him. And stay behind as once more, Dion van Verven sends it on his teammate and gets through into third place. Drama for others, though. They're walking away. We've lost Jesper Schoenberg. We've lost Sigurd Manatian as well from this race. We've also lost Eric Vess. He's also not come around, but I think that may have been Jensen Graham. Indeed, the Charles Leclerc Racing Team driver from the United Kingdom, unfortunately out of this last race before the Super Heats tomorrow, and it might be a tough one to see if he can make it into those finals, but he knows he's making it to the Super Heats. Eyes on this fight here, though. Now that Dion van Verven's got past Schurmans, Alessio Piccini is trying to get involved on Schurmans now, so the fight for fourth place is on.
The Sodi of Yongling is now challenging the energy of Arthur Poulain then as they head out of turn number 9. We'll head down the start, finish straight, and your top 5 is still Kayak from Leopardi, Dion van Verven, Casper Schurmans, and Alessio Piccini has jumped into there as well. Dominic Simek having to concede positions, and as we were saying, Poulain and Jungling, that fight, I think Jungling has made the move stick and has got himself ahead of that energy. Potentially take that back. Not yet, it's Simek that is in front of Poulain. Jungling still sat there shadowing the energy. Still battle going on between your front two into turn number 5 then. Anthony Kayak having to defend heavily from Leopardi, really getting the kart stopped when he meets that line. He knows he's going to be challenged as they almost go wheel to wheel through turn number 6 and towards turn number 7 and 8. Van Verven, though, once more this weekend is under investigation. This time for causing a collision. Previously, it was for a starting procedure infringement. Now the driver in third is being watched for maybe causing a crash.
Yeah, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on that one, but we'll keep an even closer eye on this fight for the race lead because Kayak still under pressure from Leopardi. Leopardi's job is very simple here. Well, I say simple, it's going to be difficult to do so, but he needs to get past and then he needs to back Kayak up into the field because he needs them to get past. The only question is he's got Dion van Verven now setting the fastest lap of the race and closing in on him in third place, so that's going to be one to keep a very close eye on. Schurmans and Piccini still there behind, looking very, very strong, but again, drivers just switching to the inside and to the outside. Van Verven utilising the wider line there to try and get the slingshot on Samuele Leopardi. Could he line something up here in towards turn number 7? The answer to that is no. Stays behind as they now go flat out through turn 8. One hand on the steering wheel as they change up the gears into the braking zone of turn number 9. They concertina up once more on the apex of turn 9, but no lunges this time around. Back onto the start straight, going up to 6th gear, reaching 150 kilometers an hour, but still nothing can be done for Samuele Leopardi. He holds on to 2nd place, but for Dion van Verven, who is under investigation for potentially causing a collision, is all over that rear bumper and is wanting to get past. He won't be able to do anything into turn 3. It is too tight through there. Maybe. Could he line something up into turn 5? He will get the slipstream. He'll get the toe out of turn number 4. They'll go down the 205-meter back straight. They'll go wheel to wheel, but again, it's not close enough. And Leopardi slams the door closed for 2nd place, denies Van Verven a way through, but he's not over just yet. He is still lining him up for another attack. Can he do it though? Into turn 9 this time around. They can see that they've dropped Kayak. Kayak has broken away now by 0.7 of a second. The eyes are going to be on the 2nd place battle, but once more, Leopardi parks that kart right on the apex, denies Van Verven a look down the inside as drama has unfolded further back in the field. Unfortunately, the 388 of Eddie Kanaki is out of the race, but eyes will stay focused on this 2nd place battle. Final lap board is out. It's a case now for Samuele Leopardi. He has just got to try and do what he has done throughout the rest of this race. Park it on the apex, deny the chance of getting a switchback, keep those gears in form and keep Dion van Verven at bay. But is that going to be easier said than done? Van Verven goes to the outside. Now he's picked up a warning flag in this one, has Van Verven, but we'll keep a close eye on that one. It doesn't mean he's got a penalty out there, but he's just been warned by the officials. But right now, he's running out of time here. He's running out of places to get an overtake done. I don't think it's going to happen in towards turn number 9. If it'll be anything, it'll be a run to the line. It's a solid fight for the two drivers. Marcus Kayak will claim pole position for Superheat 2, but it's side by side for 2nd place across the line. But Samuele Leopardi take a bow. It's a defensive masterclass for the Italian on that Birolot machine, but there on that Formula K machinery, Marcus Kayak wins on track, claims his second win of the weekend, and now will start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. He will join Maxim Orlov on those front pole starts, but in the second races, Corentin Rousseau will start alongside Maxim Orlov. Samuele Leopardi will join Marcus Kayak on the front row for Superheat 2 tomorrow. That is going to be the ones to watch. But the racing now will come to a halt. The track will fall silent for the next hours or so before we go into the lunch break. But don't go anywhere. We've got the highlights coming up from that race. There's a look at your race result then. Marcus Kayak from Samuele Leopardi, Dion van Berven from Casper Schormans, Alessio Pacini from Dominic Simic, Timo Youngling from Noah Wolf, Anatoly Kavalkin and Artur Pulain, who rounds out the top 10. Lewis Beck, Ian Fardin, Matti Rittinen and Leonardo Bonomo, Cedric Mulk from Federico Albanese. Hugo Besson, good race there. 11 places gained for the Frenchman, stepping up into P17 ahead of Alvaro Timotzvara. Zoe Forescu not gaining or losing any places, and holding on to 19th place. Yuri Pacheco finishing in 20th ahead of Achille Mizzioni. Then it is Nicola Imparato who rounds out the 22 finishers in that race. The retirements, Eric Anaki, unfortunately at the end of that race, Jensen Graham, Tigran Banatian, Jesper Schoberg, and Nicola Rossini, Eric Vess as well, out of the race, and 3 of those drivers on the opening lap of the race. Not the way they will have started it, but the race is done. And there on your screen, Marcus Kayak, who is unfortunately a little further down in the order there, finds himself starting on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. We look forward to that one. The work is not done yet for him. This is a look at the highlights, the start of it. Look at that start, that getaway for Samuele Leopardi from the front row of the grid, right to the outside line there. His reaction, the traction was there, and able to just get in front right at the get-go. The drama wouldn't unfold until at least turn number 3, unfortunately, where we'd lose the likes of Eric Vess, Nicola Rossini, Jesper Schoberg out of the race, unfortunately, at turn number 3. But crucially, at the start of it, all fine and clear. Now, unsure how it happened. Oh dear, it was actually quite a hefty little knock there, and the concertina effect through the chicane. Of course, so many drivers coming in very quickly, and unfortunately just grinding to a halt and going no further. Unfortunately, Jesper Schoberg there. Nicola Rossini was another walking away at the start of that race, and for Nicola Rossini, that is another tough result. Lap number 4. And that's where we saw the overtake for the lead. Down the inside, Marcus Kayak just getting to the front through turn number 1, delivering a good result. Later, a few laps, Dion van Verwen up into 3rd place. There is Eric Anaki, unfortunately out of the race, looking down at his engine, going no further. But across the line, Marcus Kayak, calm and controlled, will start pole position tomorrow for Superheat 2, I should say. We look forward to that one. It will be Maxim Orlov starting on pole position for Superheat 1 tomorrow, and we will wait to see what happens there. But the racing is not done today. Superheats are coming up for KZ and KZ2 Masters. That's what we'll be looking forward to, but that will be in around an hour and a half's time, though. After the lunch break. In between now and then, though, we'll hopefully be heading down to Parc Ferme to Nicole Sutherland, who is ready with our race winner.
I absolutely am. I'm down here with Marcus Kayak then, who, like you just said, Anthony, was your race winner. Marcus, it was a bit of a busy race at some stages. Can you tell me about that overtake into turn number 1 and how you pulled it off?
Yeah, in the start I didn't get the best start, but he overtook me in the beginning. But then I tried to stay calm, stay behind me, stayed behind him, see where he loses, where I gain. And then, yeah, I got a good run out of the last corner and got it done on the straight.
And you'll be right at the front end of the field for the Superheats. Your mindset going into that tomorrow, how do you prepare? What are your thoughts?
Still a bit of work to do with the chassis, I feel like. But anyway, we are there, I feel like. But yeah, just stay calm as we are and see what happens.
So the work that you think you still need to put in with the chassis, is that because of the grip that's being put down on the circuit, or?
Yeah, the track is super difficult because the hot weather, the tires, the track itself gets super sticky. So we need to find a balance with the chassis, when it's not too stuck and when it's not sliding too much. But yeah, we have some ideas in mind and we will see tomorrow.
Well, see how those changes work out for you then, Marcus. Well done. Great racing from all of our KZ and KZ2 categories. We've got a lunch break coming up, but it doesn't stop there because we have more racing this afternoon. Up in the commentary box, what can we expect?
Thank you very much, Nicole Sutherland down there. Yes, indeed, we can expect 2 more races today, and they will be the superheats for KZ2 Masters and KZ. 12 laps, those races. They'll be starting in around 1 hour, 20 minutes time before we head in then to Sunday's racing schedule. You can see it there, Superheat A and B for KZ2, and then the 3 finals that'll be starting at around 12:45 tomorrow lunchtime. Make sure you stay tuned for that one. But we will take a short break. Do not go anywhere. We will see you for those superheats very, very soon. track.